dignitaries, IT directors coming from all over Ghana. And we will be acknowledging you all in due course. We want to start with an opening prayer and want to invite Dr. Emmanuel Kiche to lead us in opening prayer. Please, shall we invite Dr. Emmanuel Kiche?
Good morning. Please let us pray. Our Father in heaven, we are grateful to you this morning for your faithfulness in bringing us together into this conference. Father, we commit all our deliberations into your hands. We pray that you guide us, you lead us to take the rightful decisions that will move our universities forward and Garnet. We commit everything into your hands. We thank you for answered prayer in Jesus' name. Amen.
Thank you, Dr. Kiche. Right, so we are good to go. You are welcome to the Garnet AGM, the 7th AGM, right here in the Royal City, Osekrum. Shall we put our hands together for Osekrum for welcoming us? Thank you very much. I'll take this opportunity to acknowledge some dignitaries in our midst at the moment. And when others join us, we would acknowledge them. I'm happy to let you know that we have the Pro Vice Chancellor of Kwame Nkrumah University of Science and Technology in our midst, the person of Professor David Asamoah. Please put your hands together. Thank you, Prof, for coming. And we have the board chair of Garnet in our midst, the person of Professor Ni Naku Kweno. Thank you, Prof. Then we have the board members of Garnet. Some are here with us, others are joining us online. Please, shall we put our hands together for all the board members of Garnet here? Thank you, sirs. And the director of UITS, KNUST. UITS, KNUST. Thank you for coming, sir. Then we also have the director of IT Association of African Universities, the new director, I should say, of IT Association of African Universities, Dr. Thomas Songo. We have some NRENs in our midst. Let me take this opportunity to introduce them. We have the Nigeria Research and Education Network, a delegation from there. Please, can you be on your feet? They traveled all the way from Nigeria to join us here today. Thank you for coming. I think about 4 of them. In fact, in the course of the week, we had about 3 NRENs. We have a presentation from GAMREN, the Gambia Research and Education Network. And then, of course, we had WACREN also. And we have WACREN here today. Please, can you put your hands together for WACREN? We'll introduce them in due course. Without much ado, we want to receive the chairman's opening remarks. So the chair of Garnet is a distinguished Ghanaian computer scientist, engineer, and educator, widely recognized as a pioneer in developing internet across Africa. Often called the father of the internet in Africa, he was instrumental in establishing some of the earliest internet connections on the continent and in launching Ghana's first internet service provider, Network Computer Systems. He holds a doctorate in computer science from the State University of New York at Stony Brook and played a key role in establishing the computer science department at the University of Cape Coast. Ladies and gentlemen, Professor Kweno has made major contributions to African internet governance and research networking. He helped found the African Network Operators Group, I'm sure a lot of us know, AFNOG, and AFRENIC, and was the first African elected to ICANN's board. Prof. Kweno is the immediate past board chair of WACRIN and currently chairs the board of Garnet. He is also the vice chair of the World Data Organization. Prof. Kweno's achievements have been recognized with the Jonathan B. Postel Service Award, and he is an inductee of the prestigious Internet Hall of Fame. Ladies and gentlemen, shall we welcome Professor Ni Naku Kweno.
Thank you very much for that introduction. It looks too serious, so I want to see if I can maybe weaken it a little bit. We are here to network, so I like to see that we start off with that. And since we are from different institutions, every opportunity to cut across and try to force networking is a healthy thing. So instead of me running straight through my statement, I like us to do some networking. So at the minimum, I like each of you to somehow greet each other and talk about network for a moment, just next to you, so that at least we can break it down. So if I need to, I want to talk to you. You have a little, yeah. So we shall network. We shall network. Okay. Very good. Very good. Very good. Yeah. Yeah. There you go. This is it. Yeah. That's it. Yeah. Oh, okay. Yeah. Thank you. We shall translate this into two forms. The first one is, let's translate it into collaborative projects and also something we can remember. So perhaps when I say Garnet, you should say network. Garnet. And keep pushing for that networking. It's very important for you. Anyway, let me now proceed. The Vice Chancellor of Kwame Nkrumah University of Science and Technology, in this case, a representative of Professor Rita Akosua-Dixon, the Registrar and Management of KNUST, members of Garnet Board of Directors, CEO of Garnet, distinguished representatives of our partner organizations, members of Garnet General Assembly, invited guests, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. It's a pleasure and privilege to welcome you to the 7th Annual General Meeting of Garnet. On behalf of the Board of Directors, I extend our sincere appreciation to our hosts, the Vice Chancellor, the University Management, the entire KNUST community for the exceptional hospitality and general support extended to Garnet. We are grateful for your partnership and your commitment to advancing higher education and research in Ghana. KNUST has once again demonstrated the leadership expected of one of Africa's premier universities. And we thank you for this. I also wish to acknowledge our development partners, sponsors, collaborating institutions, and friends of Garnet. Your continued confidence and support have enabled Garnet to grow from a vision into an increasingly important national asset serving Ghana's research and education community. This year's annual general meeting follows a productive week of technical workshops, during which engineers from our member institutions came together to learn, collaborate, and strengthen the capabilities of their campus networks. Beyond the transfer of technical knowledge, these engagements reinforce one of Garnet's defining strengths, that we grow stronger when we work together as a community. Some of you would mature to become instructors in future workshops. Remember to also take the workshop home to teach smaller versions on your campuses. Yesterday evening, we also held the inaugural IT Directors Forum, bringing together the directors of information technology from our member institutions, who collectively constitute Ghana's technical committee. The board considers this forum an important addition to our governance and engagement framework. It provides an opportunity for the technical leadership of our institutions to exchange perspectives, identify emerging challenges, and offer strategic advice that helps shape Garnet's priorities and services. Naturally, other groups will also emerge. A strong national research and education network is built not only on robust infrastructure, but also on sustained dialogue between institutional leaders, technical experts, and the board. It is therefore fitting that today's General Assembly builds upon the technical deliberations of the past week, bringing together institutional leadership to collectively chart the next phase of Garnet's growth and impact. Ladies and gentlemen, our theme for this year, From Connectivity to Digital Sovereignty, Strengthening Ghana's Research and Education Ecosystem, reflects the journey we have begun and the aspirations that will shape our future. For many years, our priority was to connect institutions together and to the internet. That mission remains important, but today, connectivity alone is no longer enough. Our universities and research institutions must increasingly own and shape the digital infrastructure that supports teaching, learning, research, innovation, and national development. Garnet offers opportunity for increasing communication among academics, researchers, students, and administrators, which will show as increased traffic on the network. They require trusted digital identities, secure platforms for collaboration, resilient cybersecurity, reliable research data infrastructure, and capacity to harness emerging technologies such as artificial intelligence. Digital sovereignty is therefore not about isolation, it is about capability. It is about ensuring that our institutions have the knowledge, infrastructure, partnerships, and confidence to participate fully in the global knowledge economy whilst responding to Ghana's own development priorities. This is the direction in which the board sees Garnet evolving. We envision Garnet as a trusted digital backbone of Ghana's research and education community, not only connecting institutions, but enabling collaboration, strengthening cybersecurity, supporting evidence-based decision-making, facilitating scientific research, and providing shared digital services that no single institution could effectively build alone. This vision is already taking shape through initiatives that strengthen institutional resilience, improve access to trusted digital services, support national research, and create opportunities for innovation. While much remains to be done, we are encouraged by the progress being made and by commitment of our members, partners, to this shared journey. As a board, we take our responsibility to provide strategic direction seriously, and we ensure that Garnet remains strong, well-governed, and financially sustainable organization capable of delivering lasting value to its members. We remain fully committed to working with management, our member institutions, our partners to realize this vision. Today's General Assembly is an important milestone in that journey. It provides an opportunity not only to reflect on the past, but also to collectively shape the future of our organization. I therefore encourage every member to participate actively in our deliberations, share ideas openly, and contribute to the decisions that will guide Garnet's next phase of growth. Before I conclude, I wish to express my appreciation to the local organizing committee, the Garnet Secretariat, our volunteers, and everyone whose dedication has made this week's technical workshops and today's annual general meeting possible. Your commitment reflects the collaborative spirit upon which Garnet was founded and continues to thrive. Ladies and gentlemen, as we begin this annual general meeting, let us remember that the decisions we make here extend far beyond our individual institutions. They will influence how Ghana's Research and Education Committee collaborates, innovates, and prepares itself for an increasingly digital future. The internet connected the world. Our responsibility now is to ensure that it also empowers Ghana's universities and research institutions to create knowledge, solve national problems, and contribute meaningfully to global discovery. That is the future to which Garnet is committed. I invite each one of you to contribute actively to our deliberations over the coming days so that together we can build a resilient, secure, and innovative digital ecosystem for research and education in Ghana. Thank you very much. Garnet. Thank you very much.
Can you do it once again for Prof? Thank you very much, Prof, for giving us so much food for thoughts. Thank you. I want to do this properly. I want to reintroduce the Garnet board members here present. Right. So, ladies and gentlemen, we have in our midst Professor L.C. Ifa Kaufman. Needs no introduction in Ghana. The quiz mistress of the National Science and Maths Quiz. Thank you, Prof, for taking time to come. We are also happy to have Professor Amwako Yirenchi, happens to be the representative of the public universities on the Garnet board. Please, can we see Prof? Thank you, Prof, for coming. And then we have here also Dr. Emmanuel Kiche, representing the IT directors on the board. And then we also have the CEO of Garnet, Mr. Lucas Chigabatia. Thank you, sirs and madam, for coming. Right. Now, we want to do something special at this moment. So I'd like to have Mr. Chigabatia here up with me, doing a presentation of citation and plug to the host Vice Chancellor. My sincere apologies. My sincere apologies. So we'll do that after she has spoken. My sincere apologies. Right, so at this juncture, we would like to hear from the Vice Chancellor, Professor Mrs. Rita Akosua-Dixon, who has appointed an able man in the person of Professor David Asamoah, the Pro-Vice Chancellor of KNUST. So Professor Asamoah has been with KNUST for the past 17 years and is currently a professor and a Pro-Vice Chancellor of the university. Before assuming the position of Pro-Vice Chancellor of KNUST, he served as the head of Department of Supply Chain and Information Systems here at the business school. He has received bachelor's degree in electrical and electronic engineering, his master's degree in business administration, and his PhD in logistics and supply chain management, all from this noble university. Ladies and gentlemen, we are welcoming Professor David Asamoah, the Pro Vice Chancellor of KNUST.
Thank you. Hello. Okay. So I bring you greetings from our Vice Chancellor, Professor Mrs. Rita Akosua-Dickson, who is currently out of the country. The Chairman of the Garnet Board of Directors, Professor Nina Kweno, members of the Garnet Board of Directors, the Chief Executive Officer of Garnet, distinguished vice chancellors, rectors, and heads of institutions, representatives of government and development partners, distinguished guests, members of the Garnet General Assembly, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. On behalf of the Governing Council, management, staff, and students of the Kwame Nkrumah University of Science and Technology, it is my distinct honor and pleasure to welcome you all to KNUST for the 7th Annual General Meeting of the Ghanaian Academic and Research Network, Garnet. We are delighted to host this important gathering and to receive colleagues from universities, colleges, research institutions, government agencies, industry, and our international partners here in Kumasi. I trust that beyond the business of the meeting, you will experience the warmth of our hospitality and the rich academic tradition for which KNUST is renowned. KNUST's relationship with Garnet is both long-standing and deeply valued. As one of the founding institutions of Garnet, we have had the privilege of witnessing its remarkable journey from a bold vision to the trusted national research and education network it is today. It has been gratifying to see Garnet evolve from primarily providing connectivity to delivering an expanding portfolio of shared digital services that are transforming the way our institutions teach, conduct research, collaborate, and innovate. At KNUST, we have always believed that excellence in higher education depends upon strong collaboration. No single institution, regardless of its size or resources, can independently develop every digital capability required by today's research and education environment. Shared infrastructure, shared expertise, and shared services are all not only more efficient, but they are also essential to building a resilient and globally competitive higher education ecosystem. It is therefore no surprise that KNUST continues to embrace the opportunities that Garnet provides, from high capacity connectivity and cybersecurity services to identify management, eduroam, cloud services, and digital collaboration platforms. These shared capabilities strengthen our own institutional mission while enabling us to contribute more effectively to the national research and education community. This year's theme, from connectivity to digital sovereignty, strengthening Ghana's research and education ecosystem, is both timely and thought-provoking. As the chairman aptly observed in his opening remarks, digital sovereignty extends far beyond the ownership of technology. It is about building the capacity to create knowledge, manage our own digital assets, protect our information infrastructure, and develop solutions that respond to our unique national and continental challenges. It is about ensuring that Africa is not merely a consumer of digital technologies, but an active contributor to their development and application. Universities have a central role to play in that transformation. As centers of knowledge creation, innovation, and human capital development, we must continue to invest in digital infrastructure, research capability, cybersecurity, artificial intelligence, data science, and the skills required for the future. Equally important is our commitment to collaboration, because the complex challenges facing our societies can only be addressed through strong partnerships across institutions and across bodies. I am therefore encouraged by the direction Garnet continues to take. Its growing emphasis on trusted digital infrastructure, cybersecurity, shared platforms, data-driven decision-making, and collaborative innovation aligns closely with the aspirations of Ghana's universities and with our collective vision for a modern, digitally enabled higher education sector. At KNUST, we have experienced firsthand the value of being an active participant in the Garnet community. Over the years, we have progressively embraced Garnet shared services because they complement our own digital transformation agenda and strengthen our ability to support teaching, learning, research, and innovation. Our experience has demonstrated that when institutions work together through a trusted national platform, they achieve far more collectively than they could individually. I therefore encourage all member institutions to take full advantage of the opportunities Garnet offers, whether through shared digital infrastructure, trusted identity services, cybersecurity, research collaboration, or emerging digital platforms. Our collective participation will strengthen not only our individual institutions, but Ghana's entire research and education ecosystem. I would also like to commend the Garnet Board of Directors, the Chief Executive Officer, management and staff for their dedication and strategic leadership. The progress made over the years is a testament to what can be achieved through shared purpose, effective partnerships, and sustained commitment. I further commend the organizers for the successful technical workshops and the inaugural IT Directors Forum held during the past week. These engagements reinforce the importance of continuous learning, technical leadership, and collaboration in strengthening our institutions and ensuring that our investments in digital infrastructure deliver lasting value. I am informed that in recognition of the maturity of KNUST's ICT environment, this year's Garnet Direct Engineering Assistance took the form of a comprehensive IT systems audit conducted collaboratively by the Garnet's technical team and our own ICT Directorate. I welcome this initiative as independent peer assessment of this nature provide valuable insights that help strengthen resilience, identify opportunities for continuous improvement, and ensure that even mature digital environments remain aligned with evolving best practice. As you deliberate over the course of this annual general meeting, I encourage you to think boldly about the future. Let us continue to strengthen the partnerships that have brought us this far and work together to build a research and education ecosystem that is secure, inclusive, innovative, and globally connected. It is my sincere hope that the discussions and decisions taken during this AGM will further strengthen Garnet's capacity to serve our institutions and contribute meaningfully to Garnet's national development agenda. Once again, I warmly welcome you to the Kwame Nkrumah University of Science and Technology. I wish you productive deliberations, fruitful networking, and a very successful annual general meeting. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Prof. Can we put our hands together for the VC of KNUST again, represented by the Pro VC? All right, so now we would take some goodwill messages from some organizations represented here. First, we would take a goodwill message from the West and Central African Research and Education Network. So just for the information of people who don't know WACREN is the regional body for research and education networks in West and Central Africa. I'm sure a lot of people may have one way or the other interacted with WACREN, especially the IT directors. So the CEO of WACREN, Dr. Veno Palanga, is not here with us. He would have loved to be here, but unfortunately he couldn't make the trip. So he's ably represented by the Finance and Administration Officer, person of Mr. Ivan Yaboa. Please put your hands together for WACREN, Mr. Ivan Yaboa. He'll be followed by the Association of African Universities, and then we also hear from C Squared.
Garnet. Okay, I caught some few people off guard. My name is Ivan Yaboa, as Ifa indicated, and I have the honor to represent the CEO of West and Central African Research and Education Network, Professor Iyoleki Vendan Palanga, whom due to a long-standing institutional commitment wasn't able to travel to Kumasi. Professor Palanga has asked me to convey his best wishes and warmest greetings, and wishes this conference and the AGM success in all its activities. So with your permission, I'll read the message Professor Palanga has prepared for you. The chairman of Garnet, Professor Nina Kokwenu, the Vice Chancellor of KNUST, Professor Mrs. Rita Akosia-Dixon, who is well represented by the Pro VC, Professor David Asamoah, members of the Garnet Board, distinguished keynote speaker, the Garnet CEO, Mr. Lucas Chigabatia, the delegation from Nigerian Research and Education Network, NGREN, delegation from the Gambia Research and Education Network, GAMREN, and representative former CEO or the CEO of Sierra Leone Research and Education Network, Professor Songo, IT directors and network administrators, librarians and researchers, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. It is a pleasure to join you at this 7th Annual General Meeting and Conference. On behalf of the board and the Wakren community, I congratulate Garnet on its continued service to Ghana's research and education community. This conference and AGM has brought together the people who shape the digital future of Ghana's universities. Your presence represents a shared understanding that reliable digital infrastructure is no longer merely a technical necessity, but the foundation of quality teaching, world-class research, and innovation. Ghana stands at an important moment in its digital transformation to realize its full benefit for students and researchers. We need an even closer partnership between university IT leadership and Garnet, working together to build resilient, secure, and inclusive digital environments that connect campuses and communities and keep technology firmly aligned with academic research priorities. Wakren also believes that a stronger partnership between Garnet and Wakren is essential. Garnet's national leadership, together with Wakren's regional platforms, services, and partnerships, can help Ghanaian institutions engage more fully in African and global research and education networks. We remain committed to supporting the Garnet community through digital infrastructure, capacity development, research collaboration, platforms, and shared services, and will continue working with you to advance research and education in Ghana. We are mindful of the real challenges university IT leaders face. Securing management buy-in for infrastructure investment and deciding how best to connect their campuses, whether through Garnet or other commercial providers. These decisions deserve careful thought, made with an eye to the long-term investment of your universities, not only immediate convenience. This is why I consistently maintain that universities should not view NRENs as commercial enterprises like telecom operators, whose primary focus is profitability. National RENs, in this case Garnet, are first and foremost associations of which universities are members and strategic partners, serving the academic and scientific community. As such, each institution has the responsibility to contribute to the strengthening of this common good in a spirit of solidarity, cooperation, and mutual benefit. Wakren stands ready and has always been available to support Garnet in strengthening its network, improving service reliability, and building a stronger, more united community. I wish you fruitful deliberations, and I encourage you to turn them into concrete actions. Thank you. Garnet.
Thank you, Mr. Yabua, representing the CEO of Wakren. Now we'll hear from the Association of African Universities, and speaking for them is the new IT Director, Dr. Thomas Songo.
Thank you so much. Good morning, everyone. My name is Dr. Thomas Philip Songo. I'm the new IT Director for the Association of African Universities, and also the CEO for the Sierra Leone Research and Education Network, the equivalent of Garnet. Distinguished guests, honorable ministers, vice chancellors, members of Garnet, colleagues from research and education networks, universities, ICT directors present, development partners, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. On behalf of the Secretary General of the Association of African Universities, I'm delighted to extend our warm congratulations to the Ghana Academic and Research Network, Garnet, on the successful convening of the 7th Annual General Meeting. The theme, from connectivity to digital sovereignty, strengthening Ghana's research and education ecosystem, is both timely and indeed forward-looking. As Africa's higher education sector accelerates its digital transformation, our focus must extend beyond providing connectivity to building secure, resilient, local governed digital ecosystems that support teaching, learning, research, and innovation. Across the continent, universities are embracing digital transformation to improve educational quality, accelerate research excellence, and enhance regional integration. Research and education networks such as Garnet play an indispensable role in this journey by providing reliable connectivity, facilitating collaboration, promoting cybersecurity, supporting open science, which is now the buzzword, and enabling access to world-class digital services for higher education institutions. The Association of African Universities remains fully committed to working closely with Garnet, WACREN, UbuntuNet Alliance, ASREN, and other partners to advance digital transformation across African higher education. Together, we must invest in digital infrastructure, artificial intelligence, cybersecurity, open science, and research data management, and the digital skills required to prepare our institution for the future. Digital sovereignty is not simply about technology, like my colleagues have said. It is about ensuring that African institutions have the capacity to govern, secure, innovate, and drive value for their digital assets while safeguarding research, knowledge, and data for sustainable development. Achieving this vision requires strong partnership among governments, universities, the private sector, and development partners. As the continental voice of higher education, the AAU reaffirms its commitment to supporting initiatives that strengthen institutional capacity, promote regional collaboration, and accelerate the realization of Africa's digital agenda. We commend Garnet for bringing together key stakeholders to shape the future of Ghana's research and education ecosystem, and we wish all participants productive celebrations, meaningful participation, and successful annual general meeting. Thank you, and we wish the 7th Garnet Annual General Meeting very successful. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Thomas Songo. We're ready to hear from C Squared, and C Squared is represented by Mr. Stephen Geffley. Please put your hands together for C Squared.
Thank you. Good morning, everyone. So, on behalf of C Squared, we are glad to join Garnet in this 7th Annual General Meeting. This is our first time being present at this Annual General Meeting. I would say we are very excited to be here today. Previous times we've missed it, not for any other reason, but it's better late than never. We are here today to partner with them to support you and to make sure that this event is successful. And what we are looking forward to is going forward, we are going to partner with Garnet and sponsor this event on a yearly basis. It's been an exciting journey and partnership with Garnet. We've partnered with Garnet for over 10 years now. I've been supporting them with connectivity to various institutions across the country. And I might say that C-Square shares in the vision of Garnet to provide connectivity to enable research in various institutions in Ghana. And we are committed to supporting Garnet going forward by expanding our network and also providing the right price point for Garnet to be able to deliver their mandate and vision. So on behalf of C-Squared, we want to wish you a very good annual general meeting, and we look forward to the future annual general meeting. Thank you.
Wow, isn't that good news for Garnet? I thought I would receive some rapturous applause. Thank you, C-Squared, for standing behind Garnet and pledging to continue to stand behind Garnet. Ladies and gentlemen, I want to do the special presentation now. So, this presentation will be made by the CEO of Garnet. Can we have the CEO of Garnet, Mr. Lucas Chikabatia?
So Garnet wants to make a presentation to the Vice Chancellor of the KNUST, Professor Rita Akosua-Dickson. Because she has appointed the Pro Vice Chancellor to represent her, can we kindly invite the Pro Vice Chancellor to come and receive this on her behalf? So there is a citation that I'm going to attempt to read. It says, in recognition of outstanding leadership and distinguished service to Ghana's research and education community, the Ghanaian Academic and Research Network is honored to present this citation to Professor Mrs. Rita Akosua-Dickson in grateful recognition of her exceptional leadership, steadfast partnership, and invaluable contribution to the growth and advancement of Garnet and the research and education community in Ghana. From the formative years of Garnet, while serving as Pro Vice Chancellor of the Kwame Nkrumah University of Science and Technology, through your distinguished tenure as Vice Chancellor, you have consistently demonstrated an unwavering commitment to the vision of a strong, collaborative, and digitally empowered higher education ecosystem. Under your leadership, KNUST has remained a trusted partner and one of the strongest champions of Garnet's mission. Your unwavering support has enabled the successful adoption of shared digital infrastructure and services that have strengthened teaching, learning, and research, innovation, and institutional collaboration. Through your encouragement and leadership, KNUST has become the model for how universities can leverage national shared services to advance academic excellence and digital transformation. Your confidence in Garnet has extended beyond institutional participation. You have generously supported our programs, hosted major community events, encouraged collaboration among member institutions, and consistently championed initiatives that strengthen major community events. Ghana's research and education ecosystem. Your leadership has helped position Garnet as an increasingly important pillar of the nation's digital knowledge infrastructure. As you conclude your distinguished service as Vice Chancellor, we celebrate not only your remarkable achievements at KNUST, but also your lasting contribution to the development of higher education and research in Ghana. Your vision, humility, integrity, and commitment to collaboration have inspired colleagues across the sector and will continue to shape the future of our academic community for generations to come. On behalf of the Board of Directors, management, member institutions, and partners of the Ghanaian Academic and Research Network, we express our deepest appreciation and heartfelt gratitude for your friendship, guidance, and enduring support. Presented at the 7th Annual General Meeting of the Ghanaian Academic and Research Network, Kwame Nkrumah University, presented 17th day of July 2026. Okay, and this goes with a plaque. This is a beautiful plaque that the Board of Directors have prepared to be presented to Professor Mrs. Rita Akosia-Dixon. On the plaque it says, "In grateful recognition of your distinguished leadership, steadfast partnership, and outstanding support for the Ghanaian Academic and Research."
Okay. So, on behalf of the Vice Chancellor, we want to thank the board and the management of Garnet for this gift to the Vice Chancellor. I'm sure she'll be very, very grateful for this show of kindness. And I believe as far as she's still around, she'll still continue to lend any assistance and help that Garnet will require from KNUST and from her personal self. Once again, thank you for the gift for the Vice Chancellor.
So we've come to the crescendo of this morning's AGM/conference. And I would like to respectfully and humbly request that you pay full attention to this session. There is a reason. I've moderated many conferences and workshops. Anytime there is keynotes, that is the time people receive call. That's the time people check status. That's the time people check who are seeing their status. Please, I think our bosses know we are here. So they have given us the full permission to fully concentrate on what's going to happen. All right, so I hope you are happy with me for what I've said. Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, so we are going to hear a keynote on the theme "From Connectivity to Digital Sovereignty, Strengthening Ghana's Research and Education Ecosystem." I looked at the profile and I said, well, we couldn't get any better person to do this than this honorable lady. She is the head of the Department of Computer Science and Information Systems at the Ashesi University, right here in Ghana. And there she teaches courses in robotics, artificial intelligence, programming, data structures, and algorithms. Her current scholarly interests include exploring the application of technology to development-related problems and strengthening computer education, particularly in the African context. She holds bachelor's and master's degrees in computer science and engineering from Dartmouth College, United States of America. And she holds PhD in robotics from Carnegie Mellon University, also in the USA. She gave us a short profile, but I know a lot can be said about this woman. Ladies and gentlemen, it's my singular honor to invite here to this podium our keynote speaker, the person of Dr. G. Ayoko Kosa. Ladies and gentlemen, with a rapturous applause, let's welcome our keynote speaker. Thank you.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. As we like to say in Ghana, I stand on all protocols that have been observed. I am honored to be invited. This is my first opportunity to participate in a Garnet meeting. And I'm very happy to be here. I look forward to learning from all the conversations that will take place today. And I'm honored to be invited to share some thoughts on the theme, which is from connectivity to digital sovereignty, strengthening Ghana's research and education ecosystem. The conversations about digital sovereignty are very present and very apt. They are taking place from the level of the continent, so the African Union, the European Union, levels of countries, levels of organizations, and even individuals are talking about this notion of digital sovereignty. This is a news article that is highlighting that just this past April, African ministers and technology leaders were emphasizing that the continent's economic future will depend not just on connectivity, but on who controls its data and where that data is stored. So what exactly do we mean when we talk about digital sovereignty? I think all the speakers that have come before me this morning have already touched on this, but it doesn't hurt to reiterate. It's interesting that I don't think there's any one, accepted definition, right? But it's a conversation that is taking place, as I said, at many different levels. And so I quite like this AI synthesis of some of the conversations. And it talks about digital sovereignty as the capacity of a nation, organization, or community to shape its digital future through meaningful control over its data, technologies, infrastructure, and digital governance, in accordance with its laws, values, and strategic interests. It's important, as has already been said this morning, to note that digital sovereignty is not about isolation. Neither is it necessarily about complete self-sufficiency, because we live in a globally connected world and collaboration strengthens us all. But it is about this notion of meaningful control. Some key questions to consider include who controls the data, who develops the technology, who owns the infrastructure, who sets the rules, and who has the talent. And with these questions, we could think of 5 pillars of digital sovereignty. Starting with the data. when we talk about data sovereignty, we are thinking about the ability to control the collection, storage, movement, ownership, and use of data. I think it's often said that data is the new oil, right? It is the key natural resource that is at play in the world at the moment. Then we have the technology pillar, which we could think of as the ability to develop, acquire, understand, and maintain critical digital technologies without excessive dependence on external actors. Then there's the infrastructure piece, where we talk about the control over the physical and virtual infrastructure that enables the digital services. There's the question of governance, which is the ability to establish and enforce the rules that govern the digital systems that we're all using. And lastly, the talent, where we can think about the availability of the people, institutions, and knowledge needed to create, operate, and govern digital technologies. I want to talk just briefly about two closely related pillars. We talked about technology and we talked about digital infrastructure. And they are overlapping, but perhaps not quite the same. What we're describing as technology here is primarily the digital tools and capabilities, such as AI models, software platforms, cybersecurity software, robotics, digital identity systems, and so on. Whereas we think of the digital infrastructure as the platforms and systems that enable these tools to operate. So our broadband networks, our fiber optic cables, cellular towers, satellite communications, data centers, cloud computing facilities, reliable electrical power, which ideally we shouldn't still be talking about that, but we are, right? It's still an issue. And so with respect to technology, the key question is, can we develop, understand, and control the technologies on which we depend? And, this is based on concepts such as innovation, technical capability. And then for the infrastructure, we are interested in whether we can operate and sustain the platforms that the digital technology depends on. And some key concepts include availability, resilience, and ownership of that infrastructure. So with these 5 pillars, we could think of a framework for digital sovereignty, as we're all stressing the importance of digital sovereignty. And in this framework, each level builds on the other. So we have data, which is our strategic resource. There's technology, which is the means of transforming that resource into value. So the refinement of the oil, in a sense, right? There's the digital infrastructure, which is the foundation that allows the technology to operate at scale. The governance, which are the rules that shape how the digital ecosystem functions. And the talents, the people who create, operate, govern, and continuously improve the other 4. So talent really is connected to everything else and is key for everything else in our framework for digital sovereignty. Because if you have the other 4 and you don't have talent, actually you won't be able to really have the other 4. And of course, as an educator, talent is of particular interest to me. So I must admit I'm going to be biased in the conversation. I'll talk a little bit more about talent. And one thing that I always like driving home is that a key stimulus to developments in Africa is empowering young Africans to become problem solvers and innovators. As has already been said today, it's important to join the rank of creators rather than simply consumers of technological solutions. And furthermore, to develop the capabilities and discernment to apply, manage, and govern these solutions for the good of society. So as we're thinking about developing talent for digital sovereignty, I think these are some of the key questions or key concepts that we should be thinking about. Many of us are from universities, And so it's important, I think, to think about what is the role of universities in developing these talents that we need for digital sovereignty. And so you can think of that happening a lot through our undergraduate programs, because that is where the bulk of the students are, right? The masses are in our undergraduate programs, and it's important for us to develop this talent through our undergraduate programs. There is, of course, also the importance of the postgraduate programs, because that then leads to the research, which puts us in a position of ownership and driving the technology, as opposed to being only consumers of the technology. And I think universities also have an important, it's not their primary responsibility, but we have an important opportunity to also contribute to developing talent earlier in the pipeline, to look at how we can perhaps mentor the senior high schools, the basic schools from which our talent is coming. So in the next few minutes, I just wanted to share a few experiences from our efforts at Ashesi. For those who might not be familiar, Ashesi is a relatively small, not-for-profit university located in Brekusu in the eastern region of Ghana. And it has a strong focus on leadership and ethics, with the goal of helping to transform Africa, contributing to the transformation of Africa. In thinking about how in our university we're making efforts towards developing talents for digital sovereignty, we definitely have a strong emphasis on the technology piece. A little bit on data, a little bit on digital infrastructure, not so much on governance. I think there's still a lot that we have to learn in that area. And so the examples I'll share are primarily related to the technology piece. We have majors in computer science, mechatronics, mechanical engineering, electrical engineering, and computer engineering. And within these programs, some key courses that really contribute to this notion of developing talents for digital sovereignty include a lot of our AI-related courses, introduction to artificial intelligence, robotics, computer vision, natural language processing, embedded systems, Internet of Things. And a key approach that is we are finding is very effective is adopting project-based learning in most of the courses. And of course, capstone projects, which I think all of us as educators in the room will agree that the final year projects that students do are really an opportunity for them to bring together everything that they're learning and think about how they're going to then take that into the professional world. There is, of course, an opportunity for students at all levels to collaborate on research with faculty. So just to give a case study of what this project-based learning looks like in a couple of examples, we have an undergraduate robotics course for which the first 9 to 10 weeks of the course tries to give a very broad introduction to both theoretical and practical aspects of robotics, topics like sensing, vision, actuation, control, and so on. But the last few weeks of the course are really dedicated to students executing a real project that sometimes they define themselves and sometimes are defined by the faculty member. And it allows them then to delve more deeply into one particular area of robotics, because the field is so broad, you can't teach everything in one course, right? And so the idea is through the project, they get to then focus on a particular area of interest. A similar structure, so just to give an example of a project that one team did, they were looking at multi-robot search and rescue. And the idea was that you have, a drone that's able to survey an area, create a map that is then given to a ground robot that is then able to navigate to particular locations within that map. And some of the applications of this kind of technology, I think the application that they were particularly interested in was the whole issue of galamsey. So can you survey, figure out what's going on, and then have ground teams actually go to relevant places autonomously? A similar structure is used in the mandatory Introduction to Artificial Intelligence course for second-year students in computing, where, again, the course starts with a broad introduction to AI and ends with an open-ended project, where students are, at this level, they don't necessarily understand all the underlying theory, but because there are so many open, so many freely available tools, they're actually able to solve interesting problems, facial recognition, face mask detection. This particular project, I think, was during COVID days, and they were interested in whether people were obeying the rules about wearing face masks, looking at making online versions of some of our African board games. So this is a Ugandan game similar to our Owari, game. And so the idea was that can you actually create the AI that would enable someone to play against, an AI to play against a human, right? And so the idea of this course, it happens quite early in the second year, where they know how to program, they know some math, they don't know a whole lot else. But the idea is, can you really get them to do innovative things, get excited about AI, so that then they now have the resilience to go through the more rigorous elective courses, machine learning, deep learning, etc. With this foundation, students then have the opportunity to do really interesting things at the level of their final year project or capstone. So as an and you can see that students are really interested in solving problems that are relevant to Africa. So this particular project was looking at, classification of Plasmodium parasites, trying to diagnose malaria. There's another project looking at natural language. How do you create a functional natural language processing system for tree with limited data? Now, in some of these projects now, we begin to see the gaps in the whole digital sovereignty framework. Because a big issue that keeps coming up over and over again is the availability of data. Right, so in many of these cases, our students are trying to curate their own data sets, or they are chasing down health institutions trying to get data. And here's another example of a project. She was an engineering student, so was looking at automated sorting of cowpeas using computer vision, and actually also created the physical prototype. This student was very interested in robotics and was concerned about the fact that in Africa we have almost no hope of participating in the autonomous driving research space because we can't afford the platforms, right? And so he was interested in creating a miniature, low-cost autonomous driving vehicle where you could still test all the same algorithms, but just on a very small scale. And so, and the beauty of, I think 3 out of the 4 projects have shared, the students went on into PhD programs. So these are slightly older projects. Maxwell and David Sasu have completed their PhDs now. Benedict is still doing his. But it's about, how can we get the talent in this area in order to feed into solving problems that are relevant for our context. I'll mention, these are just a few other projects. I'll just mention some of them, just highlighting the data issue. So, enhancing sign language transcription with multimodal computer vision, AI in health, brain image segmentation for early detection of stroke, local language voice-based smartphone assistance for accessibility among low literate users in Ghana, AI-driven fraud detection in developing economies, a domain adaptation approach for Ghana's mobile money systems, secure and scalable AI for illegal mining detection in Ghana, design and development of a machine learning-based diagnostic support system for breast cancer. These are all really interesting projects addressing problems that are relevant to us in Africa. But the questions that come up are, where's our data? Who's curating the data sets? How do you train? The models are only as good as the data used to train them. Does a model trained on, say, North American data for breast cancer detection work the same way on African women? We don't know, right? And so these are issues that even students are grappling with, right? And it's just a small version of the issues that the researchers are also grappling with. Another issue is computation. Some of the models, I mean, if you're fine-tuning a model, it might not take that much computation, but if you are trying to develop a model from scratch, your data and your compute become resources that are really key. And the question is, what do we have sovereignty in these areas? And I'm not sure that we do yet. A key thing, as we're thinking about how we train talent, though, it's not just about technology. And I think it's really important to pay attention to that, because we're talking about people solving problems for the African context. We're talking about people governing the technology. It's really important that we train talents that are able to think broadly, able to integrate various areas of knowledge, and are able to apply ethical reasoning in the whole process. So technology is important, but technology does not exist in a vacuum, and we need to train the whole person. I'll just briefly mention that, apart from the undergraduate programs, I mentioned that there's opportunity, for example, to work with high school students. How can we get high school students excited about some of these areas, so that by the time they're getting to go to university, they already have a vision and a motivation for what they want to achieve. As an example, we have this program for high school students, and when at the end of the program we asked those who did robotics, what did you learn, right? And then put it in a word cloud. Yes, they talk about robotics and programming, but they also talk about leadership and teamwork and critical thinking and challenges and the future and lateral thinking. And I think this is really important as we're developing our talents, to really think about how do we give them these opportunities locally. There's also, postgraduate programs. Ashesi is new in this space, and we're learning from the more established universities. So we have a couple of master's programs. The Masters in Intelligent Computing Systems integrates software engineering, AI, and cybersecurity, with a recognition that we need to really think in an interdisciplinary way. These experts cannot work in isolation, and so how do we integrate these three programs? And then, of course, there's research, and how do we engage the right from undergrads, so undergrads, postgrads, in research with faculty addressing local problems. So what is working so far? Just using our university as a case study, but I think it's applicable because we're also learning from the experiences of everyone else. Project-based learning is really good for developing that talent, co-creation, using open source tools and kits where needed, building from scratch where needed. Because we're talking about sovereignty, it's really important that our students are not just operating at the level of applying things they don't understand, right? But they really, we try to help them understand the underlying concepts and principles so that they can also drive that technology and become creators. Talent is in short supply, so sometimes we need to take advantage of external talents to develop our own talents. And we also need to pay attention to the data issue. So sometimes we need projects that are specifically focused on curating data sets for different domains. So for example, we had one of our faculty who was working on financial inclusion and actually curated an entire data set, which was then published, as an open source data set. And there are other areas where we really need data sets to be curated. what are the gaps in our framework, right? I've already mentioned data, right? So we're trying to train talent for the technology piece, but the data is an issue. Relevant local data to train AI models is often not available, and when it's available, it's hard to obtain. But we need to think about the issue of sovereignty, because obviously, to train models that could help, for example, in our medical field, we need medical data, right? And we don't want the medical data of patients, which is sensitive, to be hosted on, in cloud storage outside the country. Who knows what other people are doing with it? So we need frameworks, and we need infrastructure, and we need, a way of having this data and making it accessible. We already know that a lot of the models and tools that are out there are not trained on our local context, and so we do need to be able to create our own. We also need to be able to adapt. Not everything needs to be done from scratch. Compute infrastructure is expensive. One of my faculty members was complaining about how, it was taking hours and hours and hours and hours to train not even the most complicated model he wanted to train because of the infrastructure he had available to him. So how can we think about having affordable access to really powerful compute infrastructure locally? On governance, there are a number of issues, and I think Ghana is making progress in this area, but I think several things are still quite unclear because, data protection is important, but how does research play in that? Is there a way that for research purposes, one can get access to certain kinds of sensitive data? What are the frameworks that govern this? I think there are still lots of questions. And then, of course, talent. We're trying to train talent, but there's a shortage of talent, right? And so it becomes a bit of a chicken and egg problem. How do we, bootstrap ourselves and continue to train the talent that we need? So in conclusion, a few small reflections. Data, technology, infrastructure, and governance are all essential pillars of digital sovereignty, and there's a lot of work that needs to be done in these areas, and there are people also more qualified than I am in this room to speak to each of those areas. I tended to focus mostly on talent as an enabler of the other four pillars, and I think it's really important because I believe digital sovereignty is also or primarily about investing in people who can create, govern, and sustain all the other pillars. And then lastly, when you're talking about developing talent, it's not just about the technology. We need to develop students that have the knowledge, the skills, and the dispositions and attitudes to be able to solve our problems and our challenges. I shouldn't use the word problems. Our challenges are opportunities that we would like to solve locally. So thank you very much for allowing me to share these thoughts, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Okay, so it's time for us to interact with the keynote. We have a microphone here that will be passed around. I have a couple of questions for the keynote speaker, but we'd like to hear from you first, and then we can continue. So the microphone is here, and the keynote speaker is around. Let's engage with the keynote. The first to start. Mr. Azuri.
Good morning, everyone. Richard Azuri from Bolka Technical University, all the way in the north. We have a lot of challenges with skill development. And one of the biggest challenges is earlier in the pipeline. A lot of the students that we receive have, let's be kind and say, not enough skill level to even fit into the programs that we have available. So it's difficult to even think about robotics when they have no knowledge about programming. So my most important question at the moment is, in order to properly integrate some of the capstone projects and the practical projects with the courses into the academic curriculum, we really need to properly integrate with the administration, the academic structure, so that it is well and efficiently implemented to actually benefit us long term. What are some of your experiences, positive and negative, in getting that done where the institution doesn't really have that structure yet? It's not part of our academic curriculum to have projects like that be part of the structured curriculum, which is examined. So what are some of your experiences, positive and negative? And what would you advise for us where we have such difficulties? Thank you.
I think that's a really good question. One of the things I see in a number of institutions, so we have sort of the curricular and the extracurricular. So, and I think both spaces are important. Ideally, we want to mainstream things in the core curriculum. But one way of, should I say, building, sorry, I'm losing my words, building support, right, is to also demonstrate in the extracurricular space what is possible. So if we can have some kind of extracurricular project, not, not for a grade, maybe it's through a student's club, whatever structure is available, and we have some subset of students, not necessarily everyone, do really innovative things and have an opportunity to showcase that, then I think that opens the door for conversations to be had, with leadership in terms of what is possible. The other thing, as universities, obviously we all have to be accredited, and accreditation timelines are, on a particular rhythm. So sometimes it's not possible to change the core courses very frequently, but I think we have more flexibility in the elective spaces. I've never had a GTEK panel complain because we've added an extra elective course once it's relevant, right? And so one of the things we have done is, as opportunities present themselves, we add elective courses. And according to the program, students are supposed to take some number of electives. And so if we have the opportunity to develop a new elective course in a particular area, so for example, computer vision was a course we haven't always had, but at some point we had the opportunity, we were able to introduce a computer vision course. It now becomes part of the curriculum, so students are taking it. Then, when it comes time for a major accreditation review, then you can think about how do you change the core itself. So for example, making AI required. So those are just a few thoughts. On the issue of the preparation, one of the things which I think most universities have to grapple with is, even at the first year level, think about remediation. Especially with math, students are coming in at really different levels. I don't know, how flexible other universities are, but we have about 3 different, when first year students come in, we place them in 3 different math courses. There are some who can go directly into calculus. There are some who have to go into pre-calculus, and then they're going to do, they'll get to calculus. And there are some, a few years ago, we actually introduced the college algebra, what we call college algebra. So it's not even pre-calculus yet, right? So they come in, they end up having to they have to take, I think, a course in the summer, like to be able to graduate on time, they need to take some extra courses along the way. But you can't, if someone is not ready for calculus, and you bring them in and put them in that calculus class, who are you joking? We're just joking, with ourselves and with the students. So we also need to look at what students are ready for. So those are just a few thoughts. I know they are not definitive answers, but
morning. I'm Nicholas Usted. Usted. That's University of Skills Training and Entrepreneur Development.
Nice.
My question is, when you go to the advanced country, most of the disruptive technologies, they usually come from engineers. So when you look at America, most of the new inventions, they are usually coming from the Bay Area. That is where the Stanford and again too, the Google and all those things are. And when you go to France too, most of those kind of new innovative tools, they are usually coming from anywhere, and so on and so forth. So what is, based on your research, have you come across any kind of nexus, especially in this country, between academia and again to the industry or the engineering field that we have in this country that are actually picking the theoretical foundations and principles that are being engendered at the universities and developing it in order to actually come up with something innovative and disruptive in this country and again to the world?
So I know a number of universities have different, so there's sort of the modes of interacting with industry. So the idea of, taking problems from industry, having people work on them, giving them back to industry. And then there's also the whole idea of venture incubation. Can we get some new, research, new projects that then go through an incubation process, and lead to entrepreneurial ventures. And I think at, for example, at Ashesi, we have the Entrepreneurship Center. I know the public universities also have these things. There's MEST. I don't know whether, I think we're all learning, and I think there are others who, may be able to speak more to experience. I think it's still a learning process. The structures for interaction between industry and academia, I think sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't. So I don't want to say I have answers, but I think it's something which we all recognize is important and we're all working on. In terms of the venture incubation, at Ashesi, the Entrepreneurship Center, I think has done some really good work. I think in the technology space, it's still, again, a learning process. A lot of the very successful, interestingly enough, when you look at Ashesi alumni who have started businesses, they do tend to be from the computer science and engineering space, but they didn't necessarily go through a formal venture incubation process. They just sort of winged it and they got it working. In the venture incubation space, we've had quite a number of successful ventures, but not necessarily big tech. So I think it's, at least for us, it's still a learning process. And I'm sure, I don't know, I'm looking at Dr. Kaufman. I don't know if they have, more to share from the University of Ghana, from KNUST. I think it's something that we're all engaged in and trying to learn from, because we realize that it's important. But I don't know if anyone has a perfect model yet. One thing that we don't have as much of, you see, most ventures fail, right? So when you look at the success stories from the Bay Area, but for every success, they're like, 20 or more that failed. And so what works for them is they have these venture capitalists who are just willing to just put their money in, betting on the fact that something at some point will succeed. They're willing to lose a lot of money and then gain. But we don't have that ecosystem at the moment, so I think it's still a work in progress. From my perspective, it may not be a complete answer. Yes, sir.
Thank you so much for your brilliant presentation, particularly around emerging technologies, AI, robotics. And it's great that there are a lot of work being hands-on experience to you. So I would like to know what's your engagement with the industry, because sometimes that's the mismatch between the universities and the industries. Obviously, some of those examples you have shown can bring practical solutions to create impact in the health, in the digital spheres, etc. So what's the relationship bringing that to the industry to create impact for national development? Thank you.
So one of the things
and is an active member of IEEE and other professional bodies. His expertise and contributions have established him as a recognized voice in cybersecurity and AI across Africa and beyond. Ladies and gentlemen, can you put your hands together for our first panel member? Our second panel member is the head of IT at the Association of African Universities, AAU. He brings more than 2 decades of experience in information and communication technology, digital transformation, higher education, research, and technology policy. Prior to joining the AAU, Dr. Songo, that's Dr. Thomas Philip Songo, served as the Director of Information and Communication Technology at Njala University in Sierra Leone, where he led the development and implementation of institutional ICT strategies and digital solutions. He also serves as the Chief Executive Officer of the Sierra Leone Research and Education Network, SLRN, part of the Wakran family, spearheading initiatives that enhance digital connectivity and research collaboration within Sierra Leone's higher education and research ecosystem. In addition, he serves as the Sierra Leone's focal person for Research for Life and Open Science, promoting equitable access to scientific knowledge and research resources. Dr. Songo holds PhD in IT, an MSc in Information Systems Management, and BSc in Mathematics. He is a certified Prince 2 practitioner in an ISO 27001, ISO 2000, and ISO 9001 practitioner, reflecting his commitment to international standards across project management, information security, IT, service management, and quality management. He is also a member of the British Computer Society and a Chartered Quality Institute in the United Kingdom. His research areas include digital learning, artificial intelligence, data science, the Internet of Things, cloud computing, and cybersecurity. Ladies and gentlemen, our second panel member, Dr. Thomas Philip Songo. Please put your hands together for him. And then we have our third panel member. I'm sure he will join us as we move on. That's Mr. Omo Oaya, the Chief Strategy Officer of Wakren. All right. So I'll be your moderator. Okay, I think you can take this microphone. All right, so I'll give the synopsis for the session, and then we want to have a very interactive deliberation, and we can make meaningful contribution. So the synopsis: research and education institutions in Ghana are becoming ever more dependent on digital platforms, as we all know, shared services and cross-institutional collaboration. This dependence brings enormous opportunities, but also demands as well around trust, data protection, and cyber resilience. So this panel will be exploring what it takes to build academic digital infrastructure that the institutions can genuinely really depend on. The conversation will move from just foundations of trust and collaboration through cyber security, cyber resilience, to shared digital services that NRENs like Garnet, NGREN, and the rest can really increasingly deliver. And it will close the role of Garnet, what Garnet can do and other areas can do over the next years. Do we have Mr. Owaya back? Mr. Owaya was on the line with us. Please prompt me when he is back. All right, so when we start with our guest in the room, I'll start off with the man who just got a job at AAU. Very big one, Mr. Thomas Songo. let's start on a light note. How are you feeling in Kumasi? Kumasi is classified as the royal city in Ghana. How are you feeling in Kumasi? Your first time in Kumasi?
Exactly, right? But it's a privilege. Virtually, I've been used to Kumasi because I have colleagues at this university that we have been networking. So I'm happy to be here physically. Thank you.
Thank you. And Mr. Ahene is welcoming us to Kumasi.
Yeah.
Because we are already a resident here.
Yeah.
So what would you say to Mr. Songu, who is here for the first time?
So, yeah, we've already had some petty conversations over there. Maybe after this, I'll introduce him to Fufu.
Exactly.
Fufu, like
So on that note, we start, and I'll start with Dr. Songu.
Yeah.
So research and education institutions are increasingly dependent on digital infrastructure, as we all know. And in this evolving environment, what does trusted and resilient academic digital infrastructure mean to you? Where you are right now, and also, in fact, you're wearing double hats, maybe, ISLRCO and also at the AAU. And why is it important for Ghana to have such a higher system?
Well, again, Garnet is there to serve the academic community. I'm going to start with the academic community because within the higher education ecosystem, the focus is teaching, learning, and research. And somebody coming from technology is really nothing. It's something to enhance teaching, learning, and research. And you know, in academia, publications where they are held, and within the university environment, you have students, lecturers, and also their confidential data, which a very reputable institution has to protect. So when you are dealing with Garnet, for instance, the key area for technology within the higher education is first connectivity. You have to connect, and then you have to sort of develop the digital services. We have to ensure that whatever connectivity you are bringing to the campuses is secured, and trust has to be there because the lecturers, the university as an entity want to ensure that their research outputs are protected. So without trust, really, technology will have no thing to play. So that's the reason why we make emphasis on trust. Trust in education has to also come from the identities.
I think that a trusted or a resilient system means that I can find it dependable, okay, without even thinking about it. I know that it will work. I know that it will protect me. And I know that it will even work if something little happens, you know. That's actually the perspective of trust as far as infrastructure is concerned. But then, like he said, in the university community, you have researchers, you have students, you have staff, and all these people want to be confident enough that when they log in to your system, they are sure that all their data and identity are protected, you know, and also they are very sure that they are able to share and collaborate with others in a very safe environment. And so trusted infrastructure should be providing that kind of environment. And if it is a resilient infrastructure, then it must also provide the case where even when there is an event of an incident, or maybe, I mean, stuff like power outage, as we've been experiencing here today, and maybe fiber cut or any other thing, maybe the system will gracefully degrade in terms of performance, but it is able to, you know, come back very quickly. Then we can say this is a trusted and resilient system, and this, I believe, is very, very important for Ghanaian institutions, you know, to get to that level, because now we are moving very quickly. We have put all our critical stuffs online. You know, now we do even exams, and as far as I know, in KNUST, we are doing exams online. over the network. We are putting lots of critical stuff, over the internet. And if you think about it in terms of trust and then resilience, we need to make sure we are building our systems, to be at that level of, the perspective of trust and resiliency. Otherwise, we are creating a single point of failure, that eventually will bring about institutional crisis. Okay, so I believe that this is very, very key for Ghanaian institutions. We should now start to look at how we will ensure our digital infrastructure meet up these two important, standards.
Yes, so my next question, I think you're already answering it, but let's break it down. When it comes to the key elements that the research and education ecosystem need to build, maybe infrastructure-wise, policy-wise, what are the key elements that we need to ensure are in place before we can really have a trusted ecosystem?
Yeah, okay. So, you see, the thing is, when we talk about trust in security, it is not really a feeling, you see. It is something that we engineer. Think about it, if you have your local infrastructure, you have your applications running at local, you can access them over the LAN and all that. And then in the future, you see things are increasing astronomically, and so you want to even go to the cloud. There are things you think about. I'm going to lose control. Can I trust these people that they can handle my data and all that? And you can't just end it there at the feeling level. The provider must ensure that he has engineered some frameworks and other things in place to ensure that you can trust their service, that they can actually manage that. So I think that we need to have some agreements. Okay, this is one of the requirements. If we want to build up a trusted system, there should be clear governance and agreement protocols, standards. For instance, what guides our data sharing? What is the acceptable use of data? Do we have MOUs that guides our use of the things that we have? Transparency is also one thing. We don't have to have the situation of covering up everything, because trust cannot survive cover-ups, all right? So transparency is a very important thing if we want to build, a trusted, and even let me add, a shared, kind of community. Okay, so those are just a few things I can say about that.
Okay, so just to let you know that you can chime in to the conversation, right? So we have a broad-based deliberation. Dr. Songo, you are coming from Sierra Leone. When it comes to, that is, if you have an example, then you can share with us. If you have an experience, then you can share with us. When it comes to policies that is supposed to govern the trusted environment, are there any experiences in Sierra Leone that can be shared with us? If there are no experiences, what should be the aspirational policy direction?
Well, policy around, these days we call it cybersecurity. We are talking here about security. And cyber security is not just a technology thing. It has to be sort of leadership, policies around it, role-based access. For the academic environment, we have to understand what the institutions want. Developing a learning management system for managing teaching and learning. B, a management information system for dealing with admission, student data, staff data, fees collection, etc. B. And of course, you can think about the most critical one, which is institutional repositories to protect research data. And of course, in universities, you either publish or you perish. So those are the fundamental things the universities want. So when you build the infrastructure around the management information system, you have to make sure that the students are protected, the staff are protected, even the fees, the financial management, grading. My colleague talked about grading. Now we are even taking exams. They have to be protected. You come down to issues around developing a learning management platforms, course content, we have students take exams online. Security issues has to be there. So that has to be governed through policies. Come to institutional repositories, student thesis, student dissertation, even what lecturers they do publish. It has to be protected and secured, you know. So it becomes an administrative issue wherein if you don't have any policy governance around how you even upload data into those systems, who have access to those systems, it creates a problem. So for we in Sierra Leone, one of the things we really do is policies are very important. What are the IT policies? Data protection act this day of data transfer. I'm sure Ghana has data policy. How does it impact moving data from one source to the other? How can I share my data on a shared platform? All these contract policies. So fundamentally, the second aspect is technology, not only technology, but management and leadership policy is essential in terms of even implementing the policies. And thank you.
Thank you, Dr. So, where are we now in Ghana when it comes to policy direction? Where should we be heading to?
Okay, so I think that Ghana has done very well, as far as policies are concerned in terms of cybersecurity. We have the Cybersecurity Act, and then we have the Data Protection Act. We very well with policies, and policies are very significant in terms of governing IT infrastructure. I believe that if you take a closer look, it would require compliance, and usually compliance is the bigger hurdle because you can have all the PCCs, especially before critical infrastructure in the country, as to whether the people there have technical know-how to ensure that these things are in place, or whether or not they are complying to some of these guidelines within the policy. So it's a very big thing, a big level. So where we are as an organization, we have really advanced. We've got all these policies in place, and I see that the greatest challenge is about the compliance and even to some extent the implementation of some of these policies within universities.
So, the issue of organizations, how can institutions, open up collaborate when it comes to being together in a trusted environment?
Okay. So openness is a very good thing. Like the goal is that by default to be open. If we want to really progress, and certain things we should be that we should ensure that by design we are providing security. Okay, so if we want to collaborate, it doesn't mean that you should hand everything over to you. We need to be able to classify the type of data we have, so that we don't provide maximum security over everything. Because we are encrypted, that you don't have, it's not everything that needs encryption. Some things do not need maximum protection, but some type of data would require maximum security. So it's up to us, to be able to classify the kind of data we have. If you look at the institutions, for instance, here we have some type of data that may be released publicly. Like I have created some data sets, and I feel to drive innovation in this direction and make the data sets available publicly. You don't need to encrypt this. This does not need any maximum security. You need to be open about it. I publish a paper, make it open. But if I have an unpublished intellectual property, or there is something I'm doing, this is a great restriction in finding, and such kind of data needs protection. And so at our level, we should be ready to be open. By example, we should look at how we can classify the things we have access to have into things that need sensitive protection and others that we have to make open. Another thing is we need to also be aware of who is assessing what at the time. We are collaborating, like we have lots of universities in the country. We may want to collaborate with the help of Garnet, maybe especially in terms of identity federation and so on. We can do all of these things, exchanging data, sharing data here and there, but we want to be sure and know who is accessing what data at every time. Can we keep exchanging history, things that are going on? Do we have audit laws to actually follow? Who can be asked a question in case there is a problem? So all of these things are very, very important, and they should be at the ground level, to ensure that although we are open, we are sharing amongst ourselves, but we are also very, very aware, of the levels of security. Otherwise, it is very, very easy to have a bad actor coming in the close of collaboration, and then they can mess things up. Okay. So
I'm sure the Ghanaians is at a point in their response to that. Right. So, very soon we'll have a discussion where you're chiming in there as questions. But let's talk about security. We know it is real now. Cyber attacks are real now. What are some of those significant risks that investors are facing, and how should we be ready and be ready now to not just be reactive but be proactive?
Thank you very much. I think as we build our technology infrastructure, it's now a reality that cyber security is around us. The fact that we are holding data information, and typically universities are become the target for cyber security, particularly because of things we do. Student data, staff data, financial, corporate, and research data. So people want to get into that. So basically, that's why from a regional perspective, it's better for us to develop a well-established security policy that can implement in terms of how we can respond to security. Within Garnet and also across Africa, there is this aspect of CSAT, computer incident management response, and I'm aware that Garnet or RAIN has spread that to the universities and also to the countries. There should be guidelines into how we can report incidents, how we can track it, how we can protect it, and how we can learn lessons. Malware, as well as the security theft, data theft, phishing. These are common things that the ICT directors are struggling, especially having, particularly in the area of AI. We access those other areas to get information about malware, phishing. They are just trying to test your it's an element of ensuring that we have standards in place in case something happens, how we can respond, how the university, the data security, through their CSAT, how they respond, they report it, and it can even lead to failure. For instance, we have national cyber security that works with our RAIN, that works with our universities. There is proper monitoring in place. When an incident occurs, in fact, the national cyber security have given some of the review it, and then we solve the problem in collaboration. So that's the sort of things I would like to see from Garnet, the universities, and up to even WACRE to solve institutional problem, national security problem, and sort of regional security problems. Thank you.
You may have felt it before that an
security issues are very important, and for institutions, I think we need to pay critical attention to it. I would cite this as an example. I think about 2 years ago, I tasked one of my postgraduate students to, fortunately, he was part of the network operation center of the university, so I didn't know about it. Don't worry. So I asked them to set a decoy server, to find out how many attacks are we getting here in KNUST. I'll share the data with you. You'll be surprised that in a second you are just having more than 3,000 attacks. 12 KNUST. You ask everybody, we have a lot, and we are a target. So you should be thinking about the fact that they can be a target. We are always a target for the attacker, and attackers may be interested to launch attack. But then the key thing is that we are always faced very common forms of attacks. There's always somebody in the university who is the vulnerable channel via which an attack happens. Okay, so very common ones like phishing, and these days AI attacks, because these days we are only using AI bots to actually amplify the stuff you're doing. You have a secretary, and instead of looking for all the emails, now he has installed some AI bots that is able to summarize everything in your email and even some and take an action. Now when you have these bots, then there is going to be an AI attack. An attacker will just write a portion of the email, the rest may be on a white text and a white background. The bot cannot really, the secretary cannot see, but the bot can see. And that will carry an instruction for the bot to look for sensitive data and then transmit via someone. This is a typical zero click if you say AI attack, and then these and it's going to even be, you're going to have different types of AI coming up in the near future. So as institutions, we need to be taking a critical look at this. What could be our AI firewall? If you get to KNUST, we have AI firewall today. So what will be our AI firewalls? What will be our mechanisms we put in place to ensure that we are reducing the attack surface? And sometimes the strength of a university to build an infrastructure that will monitor a network, right? So maybe KNUST what you have set up. As it is, we have very good infrastructure now monitoring our stuff, right? But I don't think all the institutions in Ghana may have the funding or the support or even the ability to do that. So Garnet, or if you like, we should be thinking in terms of working on this together as a community. Can we have a shared set, okay? Maybe just particularly for incident handling. Can we, I was thinking about something similar to the attack framework, okay? So where we have a university community, and because we are in the community, if there is any form of attack happening in the university, there's a quick release of information to the network, and we quickly learn from how to prevent these things, especially if, for instance, KNUST had a way to survive that kind of attack. Okay, so we can build our small ecosystem of different types of attacks we are having, and then different types of strategies and solutions that we have given so far, and that actually help the community, especially to maybe very resource constrained, and then may not be able to set up these kinds of systems.
Great. That's really constructive. At this point, we will have ask a question. I would like to know what efforts being made to give this cybersecurity amongst institutions and platforms. Can you see I see Dr. wants to respond. universities doing something in that direction where we collaborating with social services, getting intel every day about the health of our network, and we created a dashboard for all our members to see what they take action. The good thing about this is that they are not telling us which is happening with the company who which services on the network has have issue so that we can take action to fix them. I don't want people who accusing anybody that which door in your house is open that you need to take action. Yes, so we have that platform for our members to be able to take action. Also, if we see something that is threatening, we send advisory notes to our members for them to take action. Some recommendations that we need to have. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Ogo. Yes, Garnet, take it a step. Right, so.
Shared services. Coming from the universities, all of the universities, our ICT requirements are the same. Dealing with relevant records, dealing with online teaching, dealing with establishing national repositories, dealing with also publishing platforms. It's quite expensive for each institution to be doing this alone. But if we go on the umbrella of shared services, I think it will be more a real return on investment rather than doing it in silos. So there is not a continental need even for Warren, Garnet to establish a regional platform wherein all of these platforms, be it cameras, be it learning management applications, eventually we are put original continental system. I think Warren and Garnet, we have that easy. And again, to this meeting yesterday, I was having a meeting with the Secretary General of the AAU. That I think the AAU meeting the continental usually looking for forms for these institutions to drive towards shared services. When it comes to security, it will be easy to manage security. Where we have proper CISA, even in terms of capacity building. I was very impressed with what Garnet technical training, one of these duties. I was telling Sotogo, it should not only be an annual training, it has to be regular training, because as we build these infrastructures, we need to train people how to use it. Having a continental or regional shared service is cost effective. And then I think the director of this university here, the motto is designed if they are go silo. How much lessons are you making if you are in the room? How much lessons do you need if you are hosting all of these module details of the libraries if you go centrally, it's much more cost-effective than you doing it alone. So from anyone perspective, maybe the universities like UJ, they have this, but there are universities in universities that don't have some of this strength. So we should build their shared capacity on an economy of scale, so that it will be much more cost savings to manage this sector than doing it in silos. Thank you. Thank you. So, what are the challenges, challenges and rates? But how should we scale those challenges and access shared digital services that are from one range to end range?
Yeah, so anytime you have people trying to collaborate, you don't take things easily. I mean, there are challenges that you basically face, right? So let's assume that we want to, let's think about this identity federation review, okay? And we have all used to some central levels, so that manifest the cultural thing, like there are still concerns about how my data is being handled by this central system. These are obvious challenges, that kind of stuff. And many other challenges that we eventually see by raising of collaboration. But maybe what we have to be looking at is how we can manage this kind of challenges and bring about policies that can ensure that we have a shared standard across, and then there is a way to check for good compliance, from all parties involved in the collaborative process. Because if we are unable to agree and come up with standards and policies for ourselves, it will be very, very difficult for us to eventually find any common grounds to actually operate. And to actually come back to the issue of trust. Because at the end of the day, if we all can agree on a single thing in resolving our challenges, then I don't really know how we can go. And then you have less commitment, or involvement in this.
Just to light what Garnet friend is saying. When it comes to cyber security, we have standards around policies around cyber security. We have standards around AI. These are things that we are going to live with in the next 5-10 years. So we should, universities go to it the same. So that there should be probably through AAU, through Garnet, through WACRE, to ensure that we have standards that manage some of these emerging technologies coming. They are good, but we should have standards how we operate. At the moment, everyone is using their own silo standards, and it is not really consistent across the AGI ecosystem. Thank you.
Someone in the audience. Can we have a mic there? Okay. I think I can move that. I like moving around. Yes. Thank you very much. I'm Alfred. I want to speak to especially about the trust that we are mentioned. Dr. mentioned that trust has to be delineated and verified. So it becomes something that has assured that yes, what you are saying or what you say, I'm able to do it. How do you verify that assurance? That's my first question. And two, talk about this dating. I believe it should be more of a psychological thing. And it should be human, how do I put it? Living thing. So not only technical thing, but something that like the
trust. Now we know it's not cybersecurity. So because I know you, I'm able to talk to somebody who you offended me. So not really the engineering thing, but like social science or liberal and not pure technical stuff. That's what I also believe in the trust concept. The other bit is cybersecurity we are talking about. One thing I have personally, I haven't done the research on it yet. It's Ghana is cybersecurity now, especially in Ghana, Africa, and Ghana for that matter. Institutions, as you said, are doing things on their own. And I believe what's happening at my place is not happening at somewhere else, where we do not really have, I stand to be corrected, a well-coordinated cybersecurity team in our university, where we have them dedicated, because everybody is running anything. So we can have like cybersecurity team from DRC to SOC to all the layers of cybersecurity, and dedicated. Not everybody doing anything. And they seek to do only that, in addition to the policies that the panelists have mentioned. And finally, talking about cybersecurity again, there is an area that most of us are not looking at yet, OT security, operational technology security, and IoT security, where we are connecting our system cameras to our IT systems. So now movement from the IT area goes through to the OT area, where the cameras are being open remotely because we connected IT system to it. And so we should be like that. So that we stop securing only the IT and then add the IoT and IoT to it. Thank you very much.
Thank you. I think it's a mixed question and introduction.
I will speak on trust. I have something here. Trusted identities and trusted governance enable trusted collaboration. Trusted identities and trusted governance leads to collaboration. If you use my identity, I know XYZ are in this university, XYZ are in Garnet. I know your identity.
I will trust you because I know you. So that's where, first, let's know our identities. In most of the universities, we don't even know, we cannot 100% sure of the identity of the people, be it student or staff. So there should be a way, evidence-based, to trust, oh, these people belong to this university,
I know that I'm thinking to somebody I know. So when you have that identity
and you have governance framework, and I'm talking about governance framework policies around how I access the data, how I share my data as a researcher, and I get approval for my research to be published. As long as we have that trust, it helps to build trust between our relations. And of course, if those governance principles are there, these are internal issues, framework. How do I add students to the portal, etc. And if you have that, and with a very strong collaboration, why are you sharing your data with Garnet? Because you have strong collaboration with them. Why, during the establishment of IGRO, you have given all the information about staff student here? Because you trust Garnet. And because there is that collaboration between you, they are coming to prove that they are worthy, you can trust them. So those are the keys around trust. I know you, you know me, we know how you operate, and in the end, I will be able to really give my information. So trust is critical in IT. In fact, in real IT, now we are talking about two-factor authentication or multiple-factor authentication for me to access a management information system. It's not only putting my password, there should be another authentication method to make sure that maybe it's an area trying to access my infrastructure. So this has to go on collaboration and control ourselves. Thank you. Like I said, trust has to be in here. There are some organizations in this country that are completely established to ensure that people trust some other companies. Like FDA. Why do you think they are there? They will come to your organization, check what you are doing, give you a number, and then the public goes like, okay, this is and then I think it's a better product. Do you see that? You take FDA out, people don't trust the product. So you can sell a product in the market, and you are really approved by FDA, right? They don't really trust what you think you don't understand something. So if you want to make sure there is trust, you need to take proactive measures. You need to really have a trust framework. Because even that will not give you 100%. You still have to consistently monitor people's behavior even in the same framework. But that's why you have all these organizations coming together. So it's from a product perspective in terms of now we are all working. But there are regulatory bodies. Regulatory bodies have published frameworks to check these certificate authorities so that they are trying to ensure that they remain accessible. Even in the person and that they are something but we have to take many things are very clear.
Yeah. Okay, thank you very much. I have run out of time. Have you enjoyed the conversation? Okay, thank you. So I must say that Wakren has services or collaborative platforms for cybersecurity professionals and CSETs. It's called the Trust Book Africa. Google Trust Book Africa. Wakren is offering. We are coming up with sharing and various teams in our region to collaborate and to collaboratively face them. So this is what we have from Wakren. ISAC will be up very soon. I'm sure sometime next year or the year after. We are working on that. So that's what we have from Wakren. Unfortunately, we couldn't have the Wakren CSO joining. He joined at a point, but because of the HS, he couldn't join again. So thank you very much, gentlemen. Thank you, Dr. Songu, who is now in Ghana, and maybe we have to give him a Ghanaian name. He's in Accra now. And thank you, Dr. Ahene, for joining us here. Ladies and gentlemen, let's give it up for them as they take their seats. Thank you. So we will move straight into our second panel session, and then we would go for a break. So our second panel is on the theme AI research, the future of higher education. And I have the honor of okay, so let me call the panel members first. and then I will introduce you the moderator. So we have here Professor Peter Amwakun Rinchi. Prof is on the board of Ghana. Prof, you can have a seat. And then we have Dr. Yao Bediako. Thank you, Doc. And then we want to have Mr. Emmanuel Kaija Afo.
Well, no, your mic no dey pick. Where the audio? No, make it no. No. Open the device, you open the. Where the audio? Open the audio. So they pick from your laptop. Yeah, pick sound from your laptop.
So,
Click it.
I think we want to reduce the temperature in the room a little bit. Yeah. And then we have the moderator. So let's have Dr. Edwin Ayeno. He happens to be our moderator. Please put it together for our moderator. So they're going to have the conversation on AI, research, computing, and the future of higher education. Thank you. Hello. Good afternoon.
Moderator, I would have preferred to stand. I come from UPS and we stand for 3 hours. So, ladies, a few ladies and a lot of gentlemen. My initial comment, I think next year we should see a lot of ladies in Garnet's conference or activities, because I know we have a lot of ladies in IT. IT directors, please nominate your ladies for some activities of Garnet. Hello. Okay. Thank you. Our discussion this afternoon on artificial intelligence and the future of Ghana's academic infrastructure. Let me start by saying probably or arguably post-COVID era, the most talked about subject has been AI. I asked my 11-year-old boy find my screwdriver. He said, "Daddy, let's just use AI. Let's just use AI." And as a country, or as people in the academic fraternity, both faculty and administrators, and we've seen what has been happening in recent times in the face of digital technology, specifically with AI. In what ways, as we go beyond connectivity to digital sovereignty, what are the challenges? What are the benefits? What are the strategic investments, partnerships, and policies that are required for us to be AI-enabled country, or to be AI, or for an AI-enabled future? With my panelists, we will discuss a number of key issues in this area. I think the rule is that maybe the first round, each member will speak, and subsequently specific questions will go to specific individuals based on their expertise. And you, the audience, will also make your contribution to this discussion. So thank you very much. And my panelists, thank you for accepting to be here. So let's start with the first issues, looking at what are the benefits, what are the opportunities that AI presents to us as a country for universities and research institutions. What are the opportunities, what are the challenges that AI presents to us? Let me start with Professor Irichi on this one. Okay.
Is it a good or a bad?
Let's start with the opportunities first. Okay, let's start with the opportunities. Okay.
It's a very complex subject when you are asked to talk about AI, because it seems the public have an understanding of what AI is and what the AI really is. So sometimes it's a bit difficult when you are, if you don't define what is that you're discussing properly, then you sort of miss it. But
sure.
I would assume that in this context, when we say AI, it means any technology that mimics a human intelligence in a way. And most of us here in the universities that we belong to, things that we do, if you're into science, it means you have always been doing this, except that in recent times it has a different perspective when you talk about AI. I'll mention one key thing, speed, as an example. What you could have done using maybe a few months, few days, few years to do, the new technology that we have can enhance it, probably because of the language and understanding of how to make things faster. But I always want to distinguish between what technology is and what intelligence drives. So as for the advantages, it's enormous. But so I'm still thinking about it, but
yes, yeah.
Because
Use AI.
No, it's fine. I have an internal dilemma when I use the term, so it's just an internal conflict I'm trying to resolve. Yes, but I think that in many of the disciplines that we over the years work in, the coming in of, in recent times, what we would define as AI sort of enhances it enormously. So it's an advantage for us. It's as if you're a professor and you have so many things to do, and you get this teaching assistant that does an amazing work for you. Not that you can't do it, but you just don't have enough time to be able to do all of that. For me, that's how I see the advantage of it. It will come with its negatives, but the positives are... So if I'm using one word to describe what is all this AI will do, for me, it will be speed.
Speed, okay.
Yes. I don't even want to talk about accuracy. I just want to talk about speed, the speed at which it resolves. Yes. Okay. And I use this advisedly because we are discussing a language model that has come to enhance many things. And when you go to the other side of what we will still call AI, it's a different discussion altogether. So let me just pause here so that the rest of them can...
Perhaps one of the challenges that you can share with us.
Challenges.
Yes.
Well, the current systems, I'm sure when we talk about, maybe everyone talk about GPTs and the rest, is that we are not ready. It's not ready yet. So it's still in a very early stage. and it can hallucinate and give you problems. So there are a lot. For me, the biggest challenge is about all this AI concept is that usually, like I was using the example of the assistant, I must know what I'm doing so that when I get assisted, I can tell whether the assistant is good enough for me or not. So it's as if it's a tool that was developed for those who know what to do. But now we find ourselves in a space where people have not learned how to do many things and they are using it. So how do they know it's an oxymoron? How do you know what you don't know how to do? And when it comes, how do you know that what they are doing is right? You see how complex it is. For me, that is the challenge, not any of those negatives, but the fact that it's as an inherent problem that we have to figure out. How do you train a person to know enough before they use an assistant to help them do what they want to do? And that is where the challenge really is. Yes.
Thank you. So let me come to Dr. Bediako. You come from an institution that is, if I can use the word, want to be ahead of all of us in terms of deployment of technology or anything digital. What are the opportunities? What are the challenges?
Sure, thank you very much. So let me introduce myself. I'm new to Garnet. So I'm Yao Bediako. I'm Dean for Research and Innovation at Ashesi. So Ayoko and I are colleagues. And I'm also a biotech entrepreneur. I run Yemachi Biotech in Accra, where we're a genomics startup. I agree with Prof. I think speed is one of the things we think about. I think what AI is also doing is lowering the barriers to entry. So in the past, a lot of the research many of us do, I do immunology research, I do molecular biology, a lot of that work, the computational capacity required to do that work created barriers. And so you'd find certain locales on the planet where people had enough capacity to do so. Now with AI, you are reducing the barrier to entry. So more and more people can do drug discovery. In fact, now you just need a laptop. You go on Claude, and some of these language models are now developing research tools. And so you can do what maybe would have taken a lab in Harvard 3 years to do. You can pretty much do it in a few weeks. Now, I agree with Prof. If you don't know what you're looking for, you may. But if you do know what you're doing, you can do it for a fraction of the cost. Be at a point where now you have drug targets, vaccine targets that you can now test in the lab. Historically, that took a long time. If you think of AlphaFold, developed by Google, it has replaced crystallography. Before, to know a protein structure, you needed a PhD crystallographer to spend years, and some proteins were just difficult to crystallize and you'd never get a structure. Now with AlphaFold, they pretty much predicted nearly every structure that there is. So that significantly reduces the barrier. Now students in KNUST, Ashesi, University of Ghana can think about protein structures in ways that nobody could ever do. Now, you have to recognize that AlphaFold was built using empirically generated knowledge. So the crystallographers were not useless. What they did serves as a foundation for what AlphaFold has done. And so that brings me to the biggest risk. As African researchers, we need to recognize we are not in those models. Our data is not in those models because that data has not really been generated on our continent. So for those of us in the life sciences, genomic data, 80% of human genomes that are published, that are available are Caucasian. Less than 3% of genomes are black. So when people say the human genome, when you hear the reference genome, it's the white man's reference genome. I'm half white, so but my Ghanaian side is not represented. So it's a significant problem. We are making precision medicines, we are making devices, we're making diagnostics based on genomes. Now AI is accelerating the pace of drug development, but all those drugs, all that data is based upon a very small subset of human diversity. So that's one example, obviously very applicable to the work I do. But that's a huge problem because we are actually exacerbating disparity. So many drugs now, targeted therapies, work best in European ancestry individuals and work least well in Africans. Not because they were designed not to work in black people, that's not a conspiracy. But the data, the training set, did not include black people. So one example is a drug for lung cancer called Tagrisso. It targets a particular mutation in lung cancer. Now those mutations, when people get lung cancer, you develop mutations. It just so happens, a group in Florida did this. They looked at lung cancer patients across the US, segmented them by ancestry, genetic ancestry, and found that the targeted mutation for this drug was most common in Europeans and Asians and least common in black people. Now, it doesn't mean black people don't have mutations, but when they picked the mutation to develop the drug, they picked one they thought was conserved, but their data set was only Asians and Europeans. When you add in Africans, who happen to be much more genetically diverse than any other group in the world, you find that most African people with lung cancer may not be good candidates for that drug. So that is a significant problem because that's $100 billion of research. A drug is on the market, and if you are black and you have lung cancer, it may not work for you. So I think the biggest risk we have now with AI is accelerating the pace of discovery, but AI is now going to exacerbate the existing disparities that exist. So whatever your field, if there's a gap and there's underrepresentation, in the past, it would take 10 years, they will make marginal gains, and so you are behind, but you are a little bit behind. Now in 2 years, it's exponential. So now you are not just behind by a factor of 2, you are behind by a factor of 200 because AI has accelerated the pace and so the gaps are widening. And so the challenge for us is we need to start closing those gaps now because if we wait 2 years, 3 years, 5 years, the gap may be so great that you cannot bridge it.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you for that deep insight. I'll come to you, Mr. Afo. Let me call you Neo Kanja. Man in the room, so I'm entitled to call you Ni. Okay. So you have a lot of experience in managing systems, IT infrastructure. Dr. Bediako agrees with Prof. in terms of opportunities that AI presents to us. From the data, digital infrastructure, and governance point of view in terms of leveraging technology exit, what are the opportunities and the challenges that AI presents to us?
Okay. There are a lot of opportunities and challenges. So from where I sit as an IT director, AI is a double-edged sword. I mean, it can cut for you and it can cut against you. So let me cite examples. In the area of information security, we have a dedicated department for that, or a dedicated division. After employing certain AI agents in, trying to do our vulnerability assessments and pen testing, some of the things we found were, stupendous. We couldn't imagine some of those vulnerabilities were there. The advantage is that it gave us the opportunity to quickly fix it before an external actor, got to know about it. On the flip side, external actors are also using AI agents. And so they are also able to find these vulnerabilities very quickly. We do know, for example, that Anthropic had to, hold off on releasing certain versions of or certain AI agents because of what it could do, what it could uncover. Systems that for several decades have been secure, overnight have become insecure because there's so much that the AI agents have been able to uncover. And as my colleagues have said, the speed at which these things are done, what would have taken a human being maybe 3 months of hard work, to uncover, an AI agent, with the right prompting and the rest would be able to uncover it within some 30 minutes, So that's one example of an opportunity and then a disadvantage as well. And then as well, when we talk about our user support services, we know we are using chatbots to help people who come on our systems to respond. So in our admission system, for example, we've introduced a chatbot where we've uploaded frequently asked questions and the rest. So instead of a human being responding to those questions, the chatbot just synthesize and respond to those questions, and then if it has to escalate it, then it comes to a human being. Yeah. In terms of networking, huge logs that are generated are ingested by systems, and then it's able to synthesize and summarize it for you, and it gives you more insights. So where previously you would have information overload, so many alerts coming to you that sometimes you turn off. Right now, the AI agents can tell you which ones to focus on, which ones to act on, and the rest. Then software development. I mean, right now, prompt engineering has become something big. One of my colleagues was telling me that, he was prompting to develop a software. And, others have actually developed whole management systems, just by prompting, and where they had no idea about, software engineering or software development. Yeah. So the advantage there is that you're able to do very significant stuff within a very short while. But the disadvantage is that you've done that system, let's say it's running, let's say a school, right? How secure is that system? That kind of thing. So, and in software development as well, aside the development, now it's being used to do software testing. Yeah. And so instead of a human being sitting down to do all the various feature testing, smoke testing, and all of that, you get an AI agent, it pulls the branch, it tells you where all the vulnerabilities are, you fix it. Yeah, so these are some of the opportunities.
And
then
the challenges.
When it comes to research computing in particular, we do know about injection of noise. So an AI agent or an autonomous driving vehicle, right, would be able to drive seamlessly, not hit anyone. But then noise can be injected, and this same car can see, let's say, a human being and see it as, a zebra crossing and pass over the human being. So when it comes to poisoning of data, it is a real risk. Because let's take medical imaging, for example. If you become so dependent on AI agents, interpreting medical images and then doing diagnosis from it, it's working so well. At a point in time, if someone is able to poison the data, then you now have people dying because AI agents have been used to, poison the data. Then, as well, you can actually prompt the AI systems to release sensitive data. So where, under normal circumstances, you would not release sensitive data or intellectual property, you may have AI agents, being tricked into, releasing this. So there's a paradox in security, where the AI agents that can protect you, help you to protect yourself better, can actually be used to actually floor you in the next instant.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you. So, audience, as you are listening, I hope you are making notes with your questions, because very soon, or your comments or contributions as well. So very soon, I will give you the opportunity to speak. Let's look at AI, so the way forward, because of the challenges that you've raised. So let's start with AI and academic academic. And I'll be starting with you, Prof. Amakwiri. This week, there is a trending news about University of California and University of California Berkeley Law School. Why? They ban the use of laptops, computers, etc. You cannot bring laptops and computers when there's sorry, now I was going to call IAAI. Sorry. Okay. So when there's going to be interim assessment or any form of test, and for level 100 law students, you cannot even use AI for brainstorming. Yes, and that rests with something you said about, Prof. Rada, you should not be allowed to use AI. I'm just paraphrasing what you said. If you don't even know what you are going to use it for. So if you don't understand the process, if you don't understand the whole concept, don't use AI to find it. I read the whole policy, and it was very emphatic that they want their students to develop specific capabilities, and they will use AI in subsequent. In fact, they have very fine AI policies with a number of issues. So, Prof, let me start with you. Considering, how do you see AI changing the ways universities deliver teaching and learning? And let me add something to teaching and learning and assessment, okay, in quotes, to conduct research and manage institutional operations for the next decade?
Yeah, let me probably give maybe we can discuss what is practical.
Okay.
I mean, the answer is just to build one. You are discussing policies and rules and guidelines for doing something. So it's possible that what's in California is basically different from what we want to do here. We are regulated by some policies. And so when you pick a model, like, I just want to use the GPTs as an example. That's a base model that it's not been touched yet, or you can control.
Yeah.
So if you see yourself as a community or a very specific set of rules, then you must base what you want to do on that one and build one that suits you. So in the early days when GPT came out, everybody was complaining. A number of the big institutions, the universities like Oxford and Cambridge and the rest, they built one. So if you want to use GPT on the network, they will allow you to use it, but you have to use an Oxford version of the GPT. The one that they have put in certain controls that would allow you to still use it without all the nuances that come with it. So that is actually the solution, but that's why I give the caveat. It may not be practical in our case because there are so many things you need to do, infrastructure and skill sets, like Doc mentioned. You need the persons that are going, the talents who would understand it and who will grow the process. So that's, but the simple answer, the solution in using it was, taking advantage of it was thinking about how to deal with the problem that comes with it. Is to build one so you can have some level of control. Sure. Okay. By design, that's how it was supposed to be. And it was supposed to be an open architecture where everyone can go and take it and do something with it. But the smart and the rich ones and took it. So now when you take yours and you compare, you don't feel confident in using it because they've advanced so much. So much, yes. But it's not too late. I think there are so many advantages in beginning to build one than to overly rely on it because we have a lot of issues. Now, I'll give you maybe one practical example. We have a NIH grant that allows us to train students on biomedical data science. So we started working on the project, and at some point, and obviously, we realized that we had left the people that matter most, the clinics and the hospitals where the data is centered. You're doing data science, training the human with the talents, and data sources are sitting elsewhere. So at some point, we asked for an extended supplement to train a number of hospitals to how to curate data and all of that. So we did that one, and we interconnected them. So that the hospitals are ready to work with us. But we have to now transfer data from the clinics to the research space. But if you know how the hospital works, the clinicians are interested in their clinical records, the HR records, and the researchers are not that interested in that one. They are interested in using the data to, make some meaning out of it. So the same data that they collect, you need to harvest enough for research and different from what they will use for the clinical records. But the real challenge is not the collaboration. It's even if the data is available, the transfer of the data. And I think she mentioned about how complex the ethical issue that goes with it. So now that will allow us to do anonymization and think about the size of the data and how to transfer it, or the complexity and dimensionality problems that will come with it. Yes. So it's practical, it's possible, but there has to be like an initiative for us to be able to do it. One of my biggest challenges, because I've been in this thing for some time, is, I think everyone knows this, that is data. I feel that we haven't started as a country, probably in Africa, in preparing data that is useful for this purpose. We have not started.
You mean our digital footprint is not there yet?
Yes, I know we think we have data, but it's not useful data. You need clear, useful data. The GPT that we use now, people were paid, if you know the history. Yes. After we tried the first one, it didn't work. It was complete failure. One of the richest people in the industry is the one that was paid to look for clean the data and make sure that it stay, like what you were saying there. The real one, the one that human beings would have done, so that you can now use them for that purpose. We haven't started. So whilst building yours is the best option, if you haven't started collecting the data, clean it up, make sure that it's available for you to use for the training, means you are not going to be part of it.
Thank you.
Yes.
Thank you. So I was going to, Dr. Bide, but because of what you said, your simplest solution is to build one.
Yeah.
Okay. So let me ask you, do we have the infrastructure to build one? Do we have, I think, maybe you allow me to respond, and if you have something else to add.
Oh, just a quick one.
Okay, yes, sure.
Okay.
Yes.
We don't need to have one to build one. It's available. So there's a difference between something available and having to build one. You don't need to build one.
Okay.
If we are willing, you can have it and you can start the process. So it's available.
Yeah. Okay.
But do we have it yet? No, but it's available. Yeah.
Okay. So Prof says it's available. You tell us the infrastructure requirements. What do we need in terms of cyber security, cloud, all the infrastructure that is required for us to utilize existing open architecture. Prof says it's available. What do we do in terms of infrastructure to be able to build our own?
Okay, so some thoughts. It's available, all right, but you realize that our national AI strategy is big on what data sovereignty.
Yeah.
So it's available. Do you want to consume it hook, line, and sinker, or do you want to put in some governance frameworks to limit, let's say, data residency, where the data is resident, and data localization, and those kind of factors, But if we choose to build, right, you don't need to build, we can't build in silos. So let me give the KNUST example. Fortunately, in KNUST, I've so far not come across any departments that would even acquire HPC infrastructure and then they want to host it locally. They would always come to the data center.
Okay.
So Pastor Yonchi here has got some infrastructure at our data center. College of Health Science, genomic sequencing, we have something there. Just yesterday, I had a meeting with someone from KCCR. They've got some HPC infrastructure that is over. So that is more like an aggregation. And then, as has been mentioned, the smaller universities may not have those capabilities, but research in those fields are very essential as well. Okay. So then comes in the Garnet Wackering, infrastructure, and even the national. Could we make it such that the research data would have some policy towards building high-performance computing, maybe at Garnet or at the Wackering level, with all the necessary controls? So, for example, even if KNUST has got this HPC infrastructure local, right, and then at a particular peak period, we can actually best the load onto a national infrastructure, working infrastructure, and that kind of thing. So we need to be able, we cannot do it individually because it's very expensive. Yeah. So we need to be able to pool our resources and possibly look at whether it makes sense to even build it, say, within an institution or at the national level or at the Garnet level or at the Wackering level or that kind of stuff. But we always need to think about digital sovereignty and where our data resides, what are the laws there. Because let's say you have assuming you have an agreement with even a certain third-party provider that they are not supposed to make your data available, but your data is in, let's say, USA, right? They can actually have, because it's resident there, they can actually cut you off and take that data anyway.
Or they can use internal laws to have access to
exactly
the data when they are not supposed to.
Yes, so you need to be able to, you need to be mindful of that.
Okay, thank you very much. So, Dr. Bide, I'll bring you to the governance perspective. Prof says if you build one, he says the resources are available. NE talks about consolidation of resources, sharing of resources. A subject, coincidentally, I was discussing with you during the break. What governance systems or structure or framework or policies should be in place to make this happen?
I'm sure there are people here in this room more qualified to discuss governance in the specifics, but I think what I'd like to do is take us back to something that Prof said. The data, we don't have the data. So we keep focusing on the tech, we keep focusing on the end product, but we need to start with the fundamentals. What he's describing about clinical data is something that I encounter on a daily basis with my company, sorry for left, where we are interested in genomics. We're actually working across multiple African countries to try to understand cancer in African people. And a key part beyond the genome is the clinical data. But we realize that even in Ghana, we all know what happened with Lightwave and the clinical records in our public institutions. But even without that, if you go from Cape Coast Teaching Hospital to Konfanochi to Kolebu, and you collect data on cancer from those three places, and you just dump it into a database and try to mine it, good luck, because it's not standardized. Now, how much more across Ghana, Cote d'Ivoire, Nigeria? So I think as researchers, as people we need to focus on data generation. Governance is important, and we need to begin to think about those structures. But the fundamental issue we have in Africa, why we are not represented, is because we don't generate this data. It's laughable to me that America wants to buy African data. I really don't think they know what they are paying for. I really give our president and our government credit for turning down that deal. But I almost feel we should have taken the money and then they would have seen there's nothing there. They offered Nigeria $1 billion, Kenya.
Sorry, Prof. Maybe they have developed AI that can find something.
Oh, no. Believe me, the data, most of it is in paper, in files, sitting on the floor. Some of it is digitized today, then light goes off. So it's digital, then paper, then digital again, and there's a gap. So, that is our problem. So I think we need to think about as a long-term strategy of digitization in the service of AI. And maybe AI now has given us the North Star. We know the kinds of data that are required. So we need to now build systems to do that. Resilient systems, locally, contextually relevant systems that will take into account our challenges. If you're working in a remote hospital, what is the power backup system? Is there a offline version and then it syncs back when power is on? These are the kinds of things that we need to think about. But I think in terms of silos, I also think we need to be careful we don't always think of it as a national thing. Africa, when we talk about Africa's opportunity, everybody talks about Africa's 1.4 billion people. But I tell people there's no such thing as 1.4 billion Africans. There are 35 million Ghanaians, X million Nigerians, because they don't even know. And we are segregated. So I think organizations like WACRIN and others that are regional, maybe continental, is probably where we should think about the data infrastructure. Can we develop structures that aggregate data in Africa? Can we leverage continental free trade to move African data more easily across African countries? Who have external collaborators, it's easier to send your data to Boston, to get ethical approval to send your data to Boston or Oxford than it is to send your data to Nairobi or Lagos. That should never be the case. It makes it easier for us to collaborate with external European and American partners than to collaborate on the continent. So I think when we think of governance, we think of sovereignty, we need to begin to think, what does it mean for Ghana when we say our data is sovereign? What does it mean to say as part of ECOWAS or part of the African Union? And then what does it mean beyond that? Because the risk with being overly focused on sovereignty is you just sit on your raw material and never get anything from it. If you own land that has oil and you don't commercialize it, you die poor. On the other hand, if you're not careful and you commercialize it poorly, you'll be taken advantage of. So I think when I think of governance, I feel we need to start talking about it, but we first of all need to decide what we are sovereign on. What is this material that we are generating? And how are we going to build that value? Because the final piece I'll say is we need to include the private sector. I don't say this just because I run a company, but when you look at the US, you look at Europe, the boom we've seen in AI is not because of the universities. It started in universities.
Private initiatives.
But you need private money to scale. So when we think of Ghana's data, Africa's data, what is the role for African private sector? How can we bring in African data companies, African research entities, private research? How bring in African startups, private companies developing products based on African data? How do we partner between academic, government, and a private sector to build an ecosystem? Then look outward. But we need to, first of all, like Prof said, the data has to be good. Garbage in, garbage out. And right now, we are not collecting good data. So we are almost premature when we talk about AI.
Thank you. So we have to fix the data problem as the initials. At this point, before we go for lunch, let me give those in the audience opportunity. Any question, contribution, very quick, then we can go for lunch. Yes, sir. Okay. Oh, Sly, it's you. Okay. Okay, let me hear you. Okay. So, Prof, I'll give you the opportunity to summarize with Garnet when we are done. What do you think Garnet can do? You mentioned a few already, but if you can highlight or summarize on them after we've spoken from the audience.
Yes, so Sylvester, I want to make some quick interventions.
Sure.
I'm against policies that are copied or that people are doing policies, so we also want to do some. So, for example, the ban of students not using AI. No.
Yes.
Okay. Don't ban it.
Okay.
Don't ban it.
Okay.
What is going on, and you end up stifling the innovation, and you don't even have the things like Prof said. So, for instance, I have a colleague, professor, who turned in his thesis that was written in 2000. I will mention the agent that did the similarity index. The university said a certain percentage means you have failed. No discussion, nothing.
Yeah.
A thesis that was written in 2000 before the LLMs were born. The agent said that it was AI-generated thesis. Now, I also have a student who sued a university and won the case because his or work was judged by a certain agent as AI-generated. Okay. So, let's assess our students.
Okay. Okay. So your point is we should change the way we
change the way you assess your students.
And we should not copiously accept policies at all. Okay. So yours is a contribution. Any question or comment or contribution? Maybe. Yes. So let me see by hands those who have something to say. 1, 2, Dr. Ayoko, 3.
It's everybody.
Okay. Okay, let's hear you. Then I think the closest person to the microphone. Sure. Oh, sorry. Please, sorry.
All right, thank you.
Yeah.
The question is to Prof.
Yeah.
What recommendations can you give for AI implementation in higher education?
Okay. So those who raise their hands, if you have any question, then you can ask so that Prof can address it. But this one is specifically for you. So let's hear from you.
Should I wait or?
Oh, okay, go ahead. Go ahead,
yeah. So I'm going to answer, but maybe I have to ask you one more. Yeah. When you say AI implementation, what do you mean by AI implementation?
Whether it is learning management, Moodle, they are all have AI assistance. So in terms of building these platforms, be it external repositories or publishing platforms, what recommendations in terms of policy that HEI should follow? That's what I want to experience.
Okay. So you can't generalize what the AI can do. So for example, if you use a module, for example, you are assessing the person. What is it that you are trying to elicit from the student? if what you are eliciting can be provided by another thing, an AI, then you are not going to get the answers that you are looking for. But if your motivation is for the person's ability to go and find out, do a research, and figure out how to do something, then the AI assistant will help you. I'll give you an example. I have a number of my students. In the past, we have to do a systematic review, if you know what it is. Read almost every paper in your space before you start. So in the early days, you go to libraries and go to a librarian to help you do it. I insist that everyone who is going to systematic review should use the AI, because you are going to have to hit maybe about 3,000, 4,000 papers. You will need the papers to be summarized. You are looking for specific keywords in it to help you do the work. That's not a job by a human being. When it's summarized up to some point, then you can begin to read about it. So that's an AI's job. So you don't ban it for the person to go and struggle to do systematic review. No. But if I want to assess you on something specific, maybe like, mathematics, or maybe a definition, it's important that I know that you know what I am saying. So I want you to be able to give me that definition. I'm not going to ask you to ask an AI to help me give me a definition for something. You see? So I don't want to give some blanket one. That's why I said there are controls. If you are in an assessment environment, the way you would access it will be different. If you're in a research environment, it will be different. If you're writing code and the assessment, the job is that you want the results to come out very quickly, you need to use it. Do you see? So it needs to be controlled within specific environments. Yes, that's what I would say, yes.
Okay, yes, let's
Thank you very much. My name is Mauli Agbenotu. First of all, I want to know if we are not overemphasizing on governance and protecting, let me say, over-regulation within the AI space. Because the people who started it were having lesser regulations. We are trying to leapfrog, and we are setting ourselves with so much regulatory, roadblocks. My research area is AI data protection and cybersecurity. But I think that we need to be a bit more mindful about the rate at which we are trying to over-regulate. The other side of it is that today we are talking so much about AI, but the new thing that we should also be looking at is how is it going to be with AI, quantum computing, and then maybe quantum internet. We should be looking at that area too.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay. I think you have answered your own question, but if probably a comment from anybody, any of you.
Maybe just a little one.
Yes, yeah.
When you don't have anything, that's when you do what you are saying. If your equipments were there, you were running, you not be doing all this governance and all these parties they have been doing. There's nothing. Do you see? If it's there, we will not be talking about it. It's not there. That's why we have to be seen to be doing something. So we talk.
Is this one on record or off record? Let's hear the person with the microphone from my right side. Yes, please let. Yeah.
Sorry, my name is Adiwali. Central University.
Yes.
I'm just going to make a comment based on what Professor said and then Professor Ima said. I think AI can be your best defender and then your stronger attacker. In this case, where you mentioned that you trying to do something, you don't know what you want to do, but you're getting the output. And in the case where you know what you want to do, and then whatever output, decision is being made. So I think that we should all still employ highly skilled technicians to verify decisions from AI agents, because I've tried hacking my my AI codes before, because I think I ran something and then the AI injected the ENV into the code, and then I went back to try and do an injection through my terminal to hack that. ordinarily, when I saw the code, I knew this was garbage. But then, because I had the skills, I was able to tell that this decision you are making for me is wrong. I don't like it. But in that case, when I don't know what you are saying, like what Professor said, I would just accept that on the go. So I think we still need the verified people to do the checks for us.
Thank you. Thank you very much. I think because
only us can do it.
So I want data to train breast cancer detection AI.
Dog,
how do we go ahead?
You have been in this for many years. If anyone was going to do it, they would have done it a long time ago. Yes. I know for many people, it's just the last maybe 10 years you're talking about. But those of us who are in this space, it's many years ago. Many years ago when we wanted to do this. Nobody discusses it. So when you have the space, you build it.
Yeah.
The example is what I'm giving you. So practical example. We're doing our training. We want to go to the hospital to collect the data. It's not there. So we I'm saying you build it.
Okay.
You are not going to wait for anyone. No policy. It won't work. Nobody is discussing it. You can look at Parliament today. The things they are discussing, the documents they are presented. None of it is about this. It's not there. Yes. Oh yes. So. The thing we are discussing, I'm a very traditionalist. I can't do it alone. I'm sure that's why we are here. So when we are lacking, we have, I don't want to say facility, but you have a mechanism to collaborate. You hook onto it. Even when it's not working, you make sure that it works so you can do it. Each of the institutions that are members here, I think now we're about 100 and, how many are we now? Maybe 104 institutions. Yes. If you read the Data Protection Act, all of us are protected to a large extent of data that we can collect as institutions. I'm talking about finding a way around all this governance and everything. So when I say we, I mean the universities, because we are the ones who can do surveillance. And we don't have to go and get police documents because it's university. Nobody can come and judge us while we are doing human surveillance on campus, because by law we can do it. We are critical infrastructure, we can hold that data.
Yeah.
So we are the ones who can do it. What we are trying to do, it's baby steps. First one is to make sure that everybody is connected, because when you're not connected, none of these things works. You can't have a handshake when there's no hand to have the handshake. So the first level is that we are all connected. That's the first piece. Second layer is to start putting services, as we call them. The services are now going to allow us to serve each other. You see, like that. Then we can put value on those services. Then we can now take over. I'll give you an example so that I can wrap it up.
Sure.
ChinaSoft.
like a political statement.
No. If you know, we know that
Yes.
politics is not one of mine. Yes. So
Doc wanted to say something in response to Dr. Ayoko's.
Yeah, no, I think it
Okay.
follows on
Then
from
we
what
can
Prof
end.
said
Okay.
in terms of you have to start. I think the only thing I'll add is it's great to hear about all the infrastructure. I think the practical next step is to pick 4 or 5 bits of data that we want to collect, because the collection has to be intentional. So you look at UK Biobank, they decided they want a genomic archive of people in the UK. They said we are going to collect 500,000 people's samples. They started collecting. Big Pharma came in, gave them money. They've sequenced all 500,000. They've now done proteomics on all 500,000. It's a national asset. But they decided initially that we want this. So I think the challenge now is to say we want crop data on this. We want genomes. We want this. And then agree among ourselves that these will be the 3, 4, 5 priority areas, and then try and mobilize resources, and then build the data. But build it with the end use in mind. So build it to be digitally, to be machine readable, to be machine usable.
To be portable.
Exactly. So that it's not just, because often we build infrastructure, then somebody says, I want to do this project, I want to do that project. Then we create tiny projects that don't have enough scale. The challenge with AI is you need volume. So you need thousands, if not hundreds of thousands of data points. So in order for that, we all have to agree on a few areas to begin with, and then scale from there. So that's the one practical thing out there.
Okay. Very much, panelists. Since we are in Kumasi, I can quote a proverb in Twi that says, "Agroniye denona diesa akwentufo." What it means is that even though we are getting excited, our lunch is getting cold. So let me invite the moderator of moderators to come and close. Thank you very much.
I'm not feeling your clap for this wonderful address panel. Right. Thank you very much for this very, very insightful discussion. I must say that Dr. Yaubediako is a 40 under 40 awardee and the founder of Yamachi Biotech. And I would add that Dr. Emmanuel Ni Okaija Afo, if you don't know, is the director of the University Information Services, Technology Services. And then Prof. Peter Amwaku Yerenchi is well-known computational mathematician and research computing leader in many, many areas. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. So we would have just 30 minutes of lunch because of time. Everybody here is waiting for AGM. Am I right? So we want to speak while at AGM. So we want to eat quickly and come back and sit for AGM. So we'll give ourselves some 30 minutes. The ushers are around. The board members and the panel members will have a place to have their lunch. And then the rest of us, once we proceed out of this particular auditorium, on the left-hand side, we would enter there for lunch. Thank you very much, our online audience. We thank you so much for waiting. So we call it a wrap for this session of the AGM, which is the conference discussion session. We'll come back in about 30 minutes for the AGM. Thank you very much. Thank you.
percentage?